Good night, everyone. It's been a long time. This week on Music Buddies, we're going to cover one of the most iconic bands. They've been around ever since the late 70s until even now, they're still pretty present on the music scene. The Cure.
Yeah.
And this is your host, the Idiot Who Likes Prog, and tonight we have Sweat, we have Gabe.
Hello.
After a long time, we have Mint.
So
And we have a new person who decided to participate for this podcast, Captain Cook. So here,
Yo, it's my boy.
hi, what's up?
it's Gabe's boy.
Yeah.
So the Cure was a band that formed in the United Kingdom in 1976. As we all know, the main like personality of the band is Robert Smith. He's the vocalist, the guitarist, and he also participated with keyboards on a bunch of the projects. Um, Besides that, they debuted on 1979 with stuff that would be pretty different to their later stuff. Three Imaginary Boys, which I think is we're gonna jump right head on. We're gonna focus mainly on their studio albums and pass right through some of their live stuff. Uh, but yeah, in 1979 they debuted with Three Imaginary Boys, which is basically post-punk new wave with punk vibes album that has for some reason a weird cover of Foxy Lady by Jimi Hendrix. Uh, I like this album. I think it's a nice debut. I think it's pretty solid for what it showed. Uh, like the album cover, it's an album that really doesn't know what it wants to be, but it has a kind of pretty clear uh experience of what it wants to show. My favorite song of the album, it has, which is to my opinion one of their best songs, which is the opener, 10:15 Saturday Night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a song that has so much such a great way to introduce the album. It also, the self-titled track is something that I think it's overlooked by many fans. I think the song Three Imaginary Boys is it's great as also. um and this is where the band started, where it all began. This is a first full length LP. uh Basically they were pretty young at this stage. Robert Smith was still on vocals ever since this. Michael Dempsey would be on bass guitar with backing vocals. um the drummer this time around would be Tolhurst, and I think one thing that The Cure did well and not many people give it to them is the fact that the drumming and the bass guitar have also a big presence ever since this album started. Um, I think the main problem with this album is that thing that they don't know what to focus on. It's a jack of all trades. It kind of falls flat after the first half. Ever since the Foxy Lady song starts, it kind of doesn't know where it wants to go. Songs like Fire in Cairo and The Witty Burden, which is a closer, have feels somewhat out of place of the record. But songs like Object, 10:15 Saturday Night, and Three Imaginary Boys show that they still had a lot to give of their own style, and they would develop certain aspects until they would become, the gothic rock post punk band that we all would come to love. So yeah, what do you guys think of the album? What do you think, Captain Cook?
So to start, I think this album is overlooked a lot. For being its first album of the whole discography, it's pretty damn good. So to start, like all their intro songs, they never disappoint with those. In each album, the intro song is always strong. So, like you said, Saturday Night, fantastic song. Also, this album caught me a little off guard. This wasn't the first album I heard by them. This was like the fourth, and I listened to Kiss Me, Disintegration, Head on a Door before this one. So I thought I knew their sound, and then when I went into this one, I'm like, what the hell is this? So that caught me pretty off guard. Honestly, I like all the songs on here, top to bottom, except maybe Weedy Burden, but I wouldn't really count that a song. It's only like 50 seconds. It's more like a mini outro to the album. Uh, this song has Subway Song on it. I've never heard a song that like had a jump scare like that in it, and I love that. Maybe in like a video game or in a movie soundtrack, but I've never heard something like that in a studio album like this. Also, to end my piece, my favorite songs are Fire and Cairo, Believe It or Not, Three Imaginary Boys, and So What.
I mean, it's true that that this album gets overlooked by many fans, and I don't get why. It's pretty
For
damn
sure.
solid. It's
I like it.
definitely more solid than their other stuff, than their later stuff. But yeah, I think this album deserves credit for introducing the album in such a great way. Mint, what do you think of Three Imaginary Boys?
Um, to be honest, it's kind of okay. I don't really have a lot to say about it. It's not like one of those albums where like there's a major complaint. Um, I will say though is that this album is very different from the Cure that I'm used to. Even like
Right.
a year later, like
Yeah,
this sounds almost nothing like something they do. It has the
Exactly.
post-punk elements, but it's a very different type of post-punk. We're used to the Cure more so for their dark gothic style of post-punk, but here it's actually kind of up. It reminds me of something like Buzzcocks or like Elvis Costello would do, which is not bad
Oh, yeah,
since
yeah.
those are great artists, but it's not the most distinctive, which I don't fault them for. You know, not every debut album is going to be as genre defining and as original as, let's say, like something in this genre like Unknown Pleasures or something, but you know, it's good for what it is. I think my main issue with it is that these songs just aren't that memorable. uh I mean, the opener 10:15 Saturday Night is fantastic. I don't know if I'd call it
Mhm.
one of my favorite songs by them, but it is definitely a highlight of this album. In fact, it is my favorite song. The rest just kind of like half. I don't know how to really describe it, but I will say that the only moment that I truly dislike on here is their cover of Foxy Lady. I think that
It
is
doesn't even
terrible.
sound like that at
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
Robert Smith's vocals, like, there's points, it happens rarely, but there's points where, like, his voice can, like, get a little bit too annoying. This is probably the worst I've heard his voice.
I don't actually think it's him singing. I think it was another band member. I could be wrong.
Really?
Michael Dempsey is the one who
Oh.
sings on Foxy
Oh,
Lady. Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't know that.
Yo, I did not know that. Anyway,
Yeah, it sounds so off.
Oh my god.
Because
He's not good.
Dempsey
really
is
minded
credited
that much,
credited
though.
as a backing vocalist in this album, which would not happen on following albums for a very good reason.
is
Uh,
this the only album he's on?
yeah, basically. Um, later he would be replaced on bass by Simon Gallup on Faith.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah,
and yeah, this would be the only time, because I think the thing that really makes this album not work that well is the as I said, the bass and the drums have their own kind of sound that add to this upbeat kind of feeling to the record. And yeah, I agree that the band would become known for their gothic rock stuff, but yeah, the Foxy Lady cover here is just so out of place. I really wonder why they would do something like this. Um, but yeah, Gabe, what do you think of 13? Not 13.
13.
The Three
Um,
Imaginary
Three
Boys.
Imaginary Boys. So, I think Three Imaginary Boys is a pretty great album. I think this is their most uniquely post-punk album. There's not really much else that's kind of defining it here. It's just very typical post-punk, I think. I definitely agree with that this album is overlooked. I think it deserves a little bit more recognition, but it's also their, I don't know how to say it. I think like early on, this is their most different album, and for that, it turns people off. Because even with
Mhm.
17 seconds onward, they would start to develop their distinct sound as the album would go on. And Three Imaginary Boys is kind of like the bastard child of their discography, at least early on. And yeah, I re-listened to this a few days ago in preparation for this, and my opinion of it actually grew a little bit. I used to think this was just kind of okay. You know, it was good with some great songs. I think this is a great album with great songs. I love 10:15 Saturday Night, one of my favorite songs by the band. Grinding Halt is excellent too. I'm sad to hear no one mentioned that yet. The aforementioned Subway song, of course. I love that outro. The first time I heard that, it was terrifying. They can definitely build atmosphere. The Fox Lady cover sucks. I'm just gonna say that right now. That's not good.
I don't mind it that much.
I don't like it.
I really don't like it.
It's not the best, but
it's the only song on the album that I
I don't hate it.
Cringy kind of, riled me up when you said Fire in Cairo didn't feel. Like
Yeah, what the hell?
That's one of my
Come
favorite
on,
songs on the
man.
album, like top 3. But the one thing that I do want to mention that no one's even mentioned yet is that in the U.S. this album was actually released as Boys Don't Cry.
Yeah.
They did not get Three Imaginary Boys. We actually got like an altered version of the album with a somewhat different track listing and also the addition of a few Cure singles, such as the iconic title track Boys Don't Cry, which it's not on the original album, but I just want to say that is probably, God, it very well could be one of my favorite Cure songs, like top 5. If I were
Was
to
Killing
pick
an
it up.
Arab on that too, or no?
Yes, it was, which is also a great song.
Oh, that song is
It's
so
not
good.
on Spotify because.
Yeah, you have to
I don't
give
know
me
why.
that one.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
think
pretty
it's-
much disowned that
Yeah,
song now.
they disowned
I
it.
love that song. I
People
hate that.
misinterpreted what it was about, and they didn't know that it was in reference to like a book and stuff like that. So, yeah,
Just
it's-
ignore it.
it's,
The music's
they
good.
They don't play it live anymore. It's not on Spotify, or they play it live.
No,
No,
if I
they
see
don't.
them, they need to play
There's
it
a
live.
live version on Spotify. I'm pretty sure.
I have that. I put that on.
Yeah,
my
it's
playlist.
on the new live album. I think they played it, but that's the only version of it that's on Spotify.
That
but,
probably is better than the studio version, though.
Okay, well, yeah, that's basically all I got to say about The Imaginary Boys. It's a great album with some great songs and one really awful one, in my opinion. It's just it would Foxy Lady would be good if it sounded like the cover, but it doesn't sound like Foxy Lady at all. It sounds like a totally different song.
It's not Foxy Lady, not at all. It's just it sounds so out of place. I think the vocals are a big part of what makes me uncomfortable listening to it. But yeah. I still think I still think it's a solid debut for what it offers. So Sweat, what do you think of Three Imaginary Boys?
You guys aren't gonna like what I have to say about this, at
Oh
least
no.
because this is my personal least favorite Cure record.
Like ever.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's not that good, but I wouldn't put it as good.
Yeah.
I think what what even their post like their 2000s material that's like not very good, even that I feel like has a little bit for me to enjoy. But this album, nothing grabbed me. Not even the first track, that Saturday Night that people were talking about. Maybe I need to listen to it again, but it just seemed so like aimless, basically, is how I would describe it, because a lot of the songs don't really, even though they are pop songs, the hooks and like the melodies are not particularly strong in the way that like the Cure's later pop material would be. Other than what isn't on the album and the Boys Don't Cry single, which is fantastic track. Other than that, which isn't even on the record. So I guess that I can't even mention it because it's not on the album. This album just does not affect me in like any way. The only part I can remember is like the Fire song, because he spells it out with letters, and that's the title of the song.
Yeah, sounds like
yeah.
SpongeBob. Can't
To be honest, I like the other. Have you guys heard the other track list of Boys Don't Cry? That starts with
Yeah.
Boys Don't
I've
Cry,
heard
and
those,
it's
but I
Probably
haven't
better
them.
because like
yeah, it starts with Boys Don't Cry
the
and Plastic
singles-
Passion. Yeah,
the singles they released seem like I believe Robert has talked about how like this album, like the label just released it without his knowledge, and like you can really tell it does not seem very finished at all, in my opinion.
I like the other cover. I don't like this fridge in the cover. I like the
I love that cover.
I like the Boys Don't Cry cover that is a burning like paper that has the palms and
The
the
Cure wouldn't get bad album covers until 2000s, where they just
Okay, we're gonna argue. about that
I
one.
fucking dislike. Yeah, we're gonna get that on that, but yeah.
I love that cover.
I think it's simple and that's effective. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so a year later, on 1980, they would release their first proper gothic rock post punk album, and I think this would be the proper start of their own style. As I said, they would replace the bass guitars for Simon Gallup, and Lil Thorster would still be on the drums, and they would bring up Matthew Hartley, I think it's pronounced, for the keyboards. This is one. These used to be my favorite Cure albums until I re-listened to their entire discography a couple of years ago, and for two things, this album, which is 17 seconds, has two songs that I think are pretty damn great. A Forest and 17 seconds, the closer track.
Thank you.
I certainly do love those two tracks. I think what really shines on this record is the fact that it basically was a shift in tone compared to Three Imaginary Boys, and I think it worked on their favor. I mean, you can tell that Robert Smith has a lot of more presence due to the production here. His voice is much more present in many ways. The lyrics here are really. I dislike putting this, but memorable in many ways. It's a big change, and it really put the Cure into a style that they would continue to develop on their next records, especially on their next one. But at points, it's like a big blend of things that were going on the era. It reminds me of a lot of things, a lot of influences. I hear Joy Division, I hear the Talking Heads, I hear kind of a Smiths sound at some tracks. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me.
Didn't exist yet.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like songs like A Forest and 70 Seconds, especially there are some tracks. I think the flow of this album is much better than the Three Imaginary Boys. Play for Today, the second track, is also a highlight of the album. But yeah, I think this works a lot better than their debut, and I don't think it's one of their best albums, but I think it really is a highlight of their discography. So CaptainCook, what do you think of it?
So, first time I listened to this, I was actually pretty overwhelmed, but that was a long time ago. So, at first, I was like, boring. I moved on to the next album, but I was really wrong about that. I gave this album another chance like months later after my first listen, and I really started falling in love with it. I love the atmosphere it has that makes the album. This is when I noticed that Robert really puts a huge emphasis on the overall sound and tone for his albums. He doesn't just focus on guitar, or his vocals. He makes sure that he has the sound he wants for the album. I also really like songs on here like Play for Today, In Your House, and of course A Forest. The only complaint I have about this album, you're not going to like this, Cringe, but
Oh God.
the closer is pretty underwhelming. I don't
Nah.
like the closer on this. By no means is it bad, but like it's not the strongest song they could have closed with. The Cure to me always starts off super strong, but sometimes they just don't close off their albums with the best song. Sometimes it's the weakest song on the album. And in this case, I think it is.
We're going to argue about this, as we've been arguing about it in our messages for about 2 days now about it. About this closer comment.
I like.
Mhm.
I don't think the Cure have any bad closers up to the 2000s. To be honest, my favorite songs on the album would be A Forest and 70 Seconds. I think the closer works up so well. Closing the album is such a, I wouldn't say shift of mood or sensations that compared to the other tracks, but it is. I've heard that complaint before, that a lot of people think the closer is really underwhelming, but personally I think it's great. But yeah, so sad that you think that the closer is
Yeah.
bad. Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like they always start their albums super strong, and then sometimes they just don't end it right, for me at least. Some cases they do, sometimes they don't. It's 50-50 for me. But they always come in strong.
Mm. Yeah, I get what you say. Mint, what do you think of 17 seconds?
For one, this is like the complete opposite of their debut in like almost every way. The thing is though, for the record, I think this is great now. It's not necessarily flawless, but like it is still a great album. I didn't, I used to not necessarily love it as well as this era for The Cure. Um, I don't know. I just didn't. I thought it was kind of boring. But that was when I was first getting into post punk, so I blame and like gothic rock, so I blame it more so on that. But one thing I really love about this album is the production and the atmosphere that it gives. I don't know, and I never really heard much post punk that gives me this feeling. It has a very sort of hollow feel. Like it sounds like an album that like hear somebody playing like in an abandoned well. Like that's the kind of vibe the production gives me. There's a lot of room. It feels very isolated. It feels very isolated, but like there's a lot of room in like the atmosphere in the space. I don't know how to describe it, but it's fantastic. And I think the songwriting is still excellent. I don't think they just rely on the sort of dark atmosphere to get them by. I think the songs are very well written too. Um, a lot of fantastic tracks here. 17 Seconds especially, I want to shout out for being such a fantastic closer. Like, not even just a fantastic song, but just a fantastic way to end this album.
Thank you.
And of course, everybody talks about a forest, but it's justified. One of the greatest songs ever made by like anybody, regardless of whether it's by The Cure or not. Play for Today and In Your House are also fantastic.
Yes.
And honestly, I don't know if I want to flat out say it, but this might be my favorite era of The Cure, like the whole Gothic trilogy thing. 17 Seconds, Faith, and Pornography. That's not my favorite album. None of those are my definitive favorite album, but just that whole era of music, at least in an album context, I think is probably my favorite era. But yeah, great album. I do think some of the ideas are improved pretty greatly on the next two, but still great for what it is.
Yeah, I pretty much agree entirely. I really do think that 70 Seconds is a great closer. And yes, I think that they would continue to evolve their sound. My favorite albums would come later down, but it's still, these are some of their most iconic projects to date. Gabe, what do you think of 17 Seconds?
So I think that 17 Seconds is a pretty great album. Going by, everything they've well, the two albums they have out at this point, this is, I think, the better one of the two. I pretty much agree with a lot of what Minto was saying, in the sense that it's sort of like a development of their sound, and it sort of paves the way for what The Cure would become. This is definitely more of a song-driven album for me than an album-driven album, if that makes sense. It works for me. It works a little bit better if I just take it for the songs. But then there are some Cure albums that follow that work better as albums for me, if that makes any better sense. Some of the songs I love on here, the intro track, Reflection, the little instrumental piano thing, that's great. I love that. Again, continuing the reputation for amazing Cure openers. I love that opener, and it's actually one of my favorite songs on the album. Play for Today is once again incredible, as everyone's already said. My other favorite songs on here are, of course, A Forest, and I also really like At Night. That's a great song. I am going to be totally honest with you. 17 Seconds is a great closer. I agree with that. I've
I'm a
always
lone wolf.
we've always fought over that. Me and CaptainCook have always fought over that because I think that the closer is great and he doesn't. So that's definitely
Like, let me put it into perspective really quick. Like, when I listen to the whole thing, I wouldn't skip that song. It's not a bad song. I'll listen to the whole album. But if it would come up in like a Cure playlist or something,
Nah,
I'd
I would.
skip it and I'd be like, next song.
I would still listen to it. What are you talking about?
I don't particularly think
Nah.
any of the what Minto was talking about with like the trilogy of like 17 Seconds, Some Faith, and Pornography. I don't really think any of the songs particularly work on their own in like playlist format. They're not really.
Yeah.
That might
I
just be
guess
my
it depends on the person. Because for me,
Some
Yeah.
do.
I
They're
th-
really more like 17. A lot of the tracks like are on these free records that were to come are really like album songs for me at least. Maybe not.
For the most part. I think
can see it.
Faith, especially the one we're going to talk about next, is the most like that. You got to listen to it in album format.
Yeah, I
can
do
see
agree with
that,
that. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess just to kind of wrap up my thoughts on 17 Seconds, that it's a great album. It's an expansion of what they were doing, a definite increase in quality. Maybe even if it's just slight, I think that it's definitely a more solid album, and it definitely opens a pathway to what greatness would come.
Yeah, I do. I do certainly think that this is their proper debut, to put it in a way. I think that many fans and even I think that even though Three Imaginary Boys are is not a bad album, it doesn't fit their discography that well. But yeah, Sweat, what do you think of 17 Seconds?
I have a complicated opinion on this record because in one breath, it's their most alienating, kind of, because like I don't know, Pornography is like hailed as their darkest one. Like most people, point to that as like that's the hardest Cure album to listen to. But I think like this one has like it's their most out there for me personally. Like it's much I can't really put it on as easily because like another thing to note is that the tempos on this record are their most fluctuated. Like you have some of their fastest songs and some of their aggressively slow and minimal tracks. Like 17 Seconds is so slow. You can like feel every beat going as like that song progresses, and like Play for Today, I think that's the second song. That's like super fast and like punchy in a post-punk way that I really like. But this album, it still feels like they're finding themselves. I don't think it's fully formed as of yet. Because in a way, it's very, very aimless in a same sense. That's my main problem with it. I not to the point of Three Imaginary Boys, obviously, but a lot of these songs do not particularly go anywhere, and it seems like they're only kind of there for atmosphere. Like M, that has like a really good melody, but I don't really think it justifies its length at all. And there's also like a couple interlude tracks that are like that too. Like there's like the two songs in the middle of the album that are like really short and add like kind of nothing. I don't really know why they're there, but I think the strongest thing, which is what Minto pointed out, is like the atmosphere. I've like for this album, it takes me straight to the cover art. Like that, like it's like a blurred forest, I think it is.
Yeah.
I'm not really quite sure what it is, but it's like this album sounds exactly like that cover art. It's like desolate and cold and lonely. That's where its strengths lie to me. It's just like it's really dark and really hard to get through, really. And I think the most dark track here is I want to highlight this particular song because it's where the minimalism of the record and how simple and fundamental it is, especially compared to like their bombastic future work. It's like a forest. This song, oh my god, this song is insane. I can't really put it into words. It's just when I first listened to this album, I listened to it while I was running on the treadmill, and that fucking song came on, and I just like full speed to like that particular track because it like it was like so intense and so minimal, but so fast paced and so like I don't know. It was amazing. I if the rest of the album was as fully formed as that particular track, I would like it more. But even still, looking at this, it's a fantastic. Maybe not fantastic. It's a very good album. I'd say not one of their best, but definitely not one of their worst.
Hmm. Yeah, I can certainly see that the cover is really good. I really like it. The kind of forest with what it seems like fogs around it, and I dig that cover. And yeah, I agree with pretty much what most of what the Sweat said. One thing that really gets me away from putting this album like a 9 or a 10 or describing it as flawless is the fact that there are some songs that feel unnecessary and they don't work quite well, even though they
Very unnecessary, I'd say. Like Free and the Final Sound. Those two
yeah
tracks.
yeah like the ones that are supposed to connect the first part and the second part.
I imagine
Yeah.
I imagine that might work better like on a vinyl because I can see that that's the side closer
Yeah.
and the side opener. I don't know about that.
I can confirm. I
Yeah,
have it.
yeah. 3 is the side A closer, and the final sound is the B.
Yeah, so
opener.
maybe like a lot of these records seem to be made. The first few seem to be made with like vinyl, and I don't own
Right.
any of them on vinyl, which might deteriorate my enjoyment a little bit. I don't know, but either way, these songs are kind of like I should get some of them on.
I don't know.
I have
It
this album on
depends.
CD, but not vinyl.
I think pornography is worth to get on vinyl. To be honest.
Yeah, I have that on vinyl.
Yeah.
Gabe, you gotta get it. It's on sale.
I only own Disintegration and Wish on CD. I need to get a vinyl soon.
I have no Cure CD. I should fix that.
So yeah, I mean, after this would be basically the start of their first trilogy, to put it in a way. After this, a year later, in 1981, they would release, to me, their first almost masterpiece. I like to describe it as that. Faith. Faith, released in 1981, would be really, really. It would continue evolving on that gothic rock and punk rock sound. I really think that this time, this also proves that the closer is one of their strengths in an album format. Faith, the self-titled song, is one of my favorite Cure songs, ever. I think it's a flawless track. It's a great closer for the experience. I also really think that the opener works wonderful as well. The Holy Hour. And I think the flow of this record really is based on more on the atmosphere than 17 Seconds was. This is the album where I look at the cover compared to 17 Seconds, and I really feel that it depicts the entire atmosphere that the album tries to convey. Faith, especially the closing track, I really think it's fantastic. The sound of Faith is really dark and moody, but everything, it doesn't really present complex themes instrumentally. The Holy Hour, it's one of the is one of their best openers. Not their best, but it is one of their best openers. And here it also happens that the two tracks that I think fall flat the most, well, not flat, I don't think they are necessary, but All Cats Are Grey and The Funeral Party are, I think, also the closers of Side A and the opener of Side B. But yeah, I mean, I agree with what Sweat said, that many of these albums are made to be listened on a vinyl format. But yeah, I think it's great. I certainly do. I do think it's one of their. It's not one of my favorites, not one of my top three, but I do think it's a wonderful album. I do think it's certainly among their best. I think it's a fan favorite, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, I do think that this is one of their best songs. That is Fate. I will never get tired of saying that. The closer is just fantastic. Captain Cook, what do you think?
So, like with 17 Seconds, this album kind of overwhelmed me too at first, but I think I had like wrong expectations going into it because I listened to their more pop albums like Kiss Me and Head on a Door, so I was expecting something else. But once I listened to it more and more, I started to like it more. This album is very bassy, and I really like that about it. I can appreciate that. Like every song just has that thick bass on it, and I like it. It also has really good transitions going from song to song, so I really appreciate that as well. A negative, again, you're not gonna like this cringe. I don't like the closer on this that much either. To me, it's overwhelming. The album starts off pretty good. It's not the best Cure intro, but again, they started it off strong. I like it, but I don't know. I don't like the closer that much. I like it less than 17 seconds, I think. I don't like it. It's not bad. I don't skip it. There's one I do skip, and you're gonna be pissed probably. But this one I don't skip either.
I know what he's talking about. Ooh,
yes, you do.
We're gonna talk about that. Also, I think.
But this one I don't skip. But it's just.
Gabe is excited.
Yeah, it's gonna get heated. But this one, I don't know. It's not bad. Again, this is the same thing as 17 seconds. If it played on a playlist, I'd skip it to another Cure song. But as an album, I'd listen to it, and I wouldn't not enjoy it, but I'm not crazy about it either. Also, one more thing. Funeral Party is by far the best song to me on that album. That song is so damn good. Like, if that song wasn't on there, I think this album would probably be near the bottom for me in Cure albums. But that
Oh, really? That's
so good. That song makes it good. The thick synth on that, thick with 2 C's, combined with that little quiet percussion in there and the bass, it just makes it really good. And then when Robert just starts singing, I don't even know how to describe it. I
honestly think that the previous song, All Cats Are Grey, works better than the Funeral Party, to be honest. But
that song is good too. But I don't know.
You're basically
Funeral Party
same
just
song.
gets me.
Yeah.
I love that song.
I mean, they're basically the centerpiece of the album.
Yeah.
So yeah. That was
also,
I don't get why you don't like the Faith as a closer.
It might be too because, like, let's say comparing to albums between Three Imaginary Boys all the way to Wish, this album is not one I've listened to as much as all the other ones, so maybe it just needs a few more listens. Maybe it's that. Who knows? But right now, I don't like Faith that much. But the other songs are good. I'm not crazy about all of them, but not like Funeral Party at least. But as an album itself, it works. The transitions work. I like it. But it's not top for me.
I understand. Mint, what do you think of Faith?
I think it's excellent. I don't know exactly if I have like a ton to say because like basically everything that this album does, well, not literally everything, but most of what this album does, 17 Seconds already did. It's just like improved upon pretty greatly. I think the opener, it's a great song. I think I like it more as an opener, The Holy Hour, than I do as a song, but it's still a great song. Primary, I don't know how much this song gets talked about, but it's actually one of my favorite Cure songs. Like, it has one of my favorite bass performances that Simon Gallup ever did. It's just like, I don't know, it's so energetic and it's like, but it still has that dark tone to it. Other Voices is fantastic as well. I really love, even though they're really similar in style and like composition, I really love All Cats Are Grey and The Funeral Party. I think those are probably my 2 favorite songs in the album. I think I love the way the synths are incorporated. It's probably the first time The Cure really sound beautiful to me, which is something that they do later on plenty. But this is like the first time like I describe a Cure song as beautiful. Those 2 songs, like, this is probably going to be a weird description, but the synths sound like you're walking down an aisle at like a goth wedding.
Yes, I see that too,
I can see it.
It sounds
Yeah,
like
for sure.
it sounds really going back to the title of the record. It sounds like the synths sound like a church organ kind of. Maybe
Mhm.
maybe not really like the actual organ itself, but like that atmosphere of just massive space for like the synths to go around in. I feel like.
Yeah.
And yeah, Faith, fantastic closer once again. I probably like it more than 17 Seconds, although I'm not sure. Both of those tracks are fantastic. The only real issue that I have with this album that stops it from being like truly amazing, is the song Doubt, which isn't even like the worst song ever, but going back to, I know Robert wasn't singing on Foxy Lady, but pretty much the same issue that I have with that song is the same issue I have with this song, is that the vocals are fucking terrible on Doubt. Like, I don't know what
I
Robert
need to
Smith
hear it again.
was thinking, like, but God, that vocal performance was awful. And unfortunately, it wouldn't be the last time that we get an awful Robert Smith vocal performance. But yeah.
Wait, what song do you say is bad? Like with the vocal performance?
Doubt.
Like, how was it
Oh,
bad?
really?
Was he like goofy on it? Because
Yeah.
I can certainly see that, to be honest. It's my least favorite on the album.
I gotta hear it
Robert
now.
Smith being goofy is like a 50-50 chance that it's either gonna be great or terrible.
I like it when he does that stuff. But I gotta
It
hear this
depends.
now.
Like, I think he really perfected it on Kiss Me.
Yes.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, I know what you mean now.
Yeah.
Overall, fantastic.
I know what you mean.
So, yeah. Definitely an improvement on 17 Seconds, but I still think that this sound that they were doing has yet to be perfected, but we'll get to that next. So yeah.
But yeah, I get you. I get that complaint. To me, I think this is a fantastic album, but not their peak, to be honest. Gabe, what do you think of Faith?
All right, here we go. Here's where it starts, ladies and gentlemen. So Faith, God, where do I start? This is where The Cure really becomes their own. They really come into their own on Faith. This is one of my favorite albums by the band, and it means a lot to me. Now I'm going to explain why, but first I'm going to go into a few things about the sound of the album. Now I really love the expansion on the Gothic rock sound that they had on 17 Seconds. They have taken that sound and they've turned it from this sort of, it's sort of moody. Now it's completely just emotionally driven and completely bleak. A lot of people say 17 Seconds is like a dark album. I don't personally see that. Personally. Maybe I haven't paid enough attention to it, but I don't see it. I think that Faith is their second darkest album by far. This whole album, if I recall correctly, was not maybe the whole album, but some songs on here were inspired by the death of Robert Smith's grandparents. So he was kind of dealing with this kind of thing, this whole death concept in real life, and it was coming out in his music now. The cover art of this background of a church with these sort of, I don't know, like
I didn't even realize it was a church.
I think it's a church.
I thought it looks like a toenail to me.
If I recall correctly, it's a church. But it's got its background to this. Like it's a little bit of grass in the front, and then you've got like this obscured image of a church, and it's grayscale. And I love that album cover. I think this is when, so you have like the 17 Seconds album cover that really describes the album. Then you also have Faith, which I think is possibly the most representative of any Cure album cover of what is contained inside the album. This is probably one of the most depressing albums I've ever listened to. It's, God, I don't know. Some songs sound like they're kind of not that sad or depressing, but it's just, there's this really overarching feeling across the entire album that it's unshakable for me. Now, I just want to talk about some of my favorite songs. I love the Holy Hour, the intro. Once again, just like 17 Seconds, you've got a fantastic intro here. Same with, like right now, we're 3 for 3 with fantastic intros as to be expected.
Mm-hmm.
All Cats Are Grey is a fantastic closer to side A. And then you get the best song on the album, you get The Funeral Party. This
The
is
best
without a doubt,
song.
without a
Thank
doubt,
you.
without a doubt, top 3 Cure songs for me.
Yes. Oh, wow. I won't deny it.
I absolutely love The Funeral Party. I love the synth. I love the drums. I love the atmosphere that they've built on it. I love Robert's vocal performance. I love the lyrics.
I might go so far as to say it's their best atmosphere-driven track, or up there. Like,
It's definitely up there for me. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy.
This song means so much to me because it was one of the few songs that when I was really getting into The Cure that really spoke to me. I'm a sucker for albums and songs that really make you feel like shit. So, The Funeral Party definitely speaks to me because I think if there's one song that's truly inspired by Robert Smith's grasp on death, it's definitely The Funeral Party, which I believe is actually where I found out that Robert Smith was inspired by the death of his grandparents. It was on The Funeral Party.
Wow.
And that's kind of what struck me, I guess, is that it's a very... It definitely feels like one of the most emotional Cure songs, for sure. And I think it's one of the first times that Robert Smith really pours out his heart onto a song, even if it's not entirely personal. You'll see this come back on future albums, of course. The Drowning Man is a fantastic song. I love that on side B. And then I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think Faith is a great closer. Captain Cook, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
We will argue about this.
It'll get worse, trust me.
We will argue about this till it will. I know. We'll get there. We're going to argue about this till the end of time, but I think the closer of Faith is actually one of the best songs on the album. It's a perfect way to close it. RYM has a secondary genre for this that has Cold Wave, and I think that if there's one song that really personifies the name of that genre, I don't know directly what this genre is. Let me look at this.
It's very electronic, so...
Okay. I don't know. I guess just I read the word cold and I think, oh, the closer for Faith. Definitely. That definitely belongs there. Now, I guess maybe The Funeral Party would belong there if it's a little bit more electronic with the amount of synth on there. I mean, the whole album is just full of that kind of thing, but it's definitely more present on that song, I think, than others. At least, in terms of how much of it dominates the soundscape. But I think the closer, the title track, is just incredible. It's definitely a grower. It was not my favorite on first listen or anywhere near my favorite. But when I re-listened to the album a couple months back, it really became a favorite of mine. And that was also when I realized that this is one of the few albums by The Cure that I have that I would say are pretty much perfect. I really think this is a 10 out of 10 album. If it's not 10 out of 10, it's really damn close. This album means so much to me, and it's one of the few albums that I think really captures a feeling of sadness, and I'm a sad sack of shit. Okay, so like that kind of thing really just appeals to me, and that will come back with another couple albums in their discography. But yeah, Faith, I love it.
Faith is really damn good. Sweat, what do you think of Faith?
This is already like. Listening in order, this is it's about as drastic of an improvement on 17 Seconds as that was to Free Imaginary Boys for me. It's just like, in such a short period of time, they come out with this, like, I wouldn't call it a masterpiece, but it's the closest record they have to their 4 masterpieces. It mostly, like, the only particular problems I have with it are I'm not huge on All Cats Are Grey, and I'm not huge on the closer Faith.
Okay, I feel better now. Someone agrees with me.
Not really in a way. In a way, it's like those are the 2 longer tracks on here, and I don't find either of them to be particularly captivating. I feel like if they were both 4 minutes, I would care more. Especially Faith. I don't see a reason other than to like make it more of a emotional closer, I guess, for Faith to be as lengthy as it is. But other than those 2 songs, like, damn, I'd like to point out, like, this is where The Cure got their insane bass work.
Yes.
I don't know who particularly plays bass on this record, but the fuck, like, you open
it's
with Holy Hour,
it's a still Simon Gallup,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, he kicks it the fucking door down on this album with like opener Holy Hour, which has an amazing bass line. Primary also got one, like Minto said, and it's just like the bass work on here I think is the highlight. Like every song is carried and this is a Cure staple, every song is carried by a bass line that will like go, that will basically make it feel sort of endless. Like that's what like that's a theme like on Disintegration again, which we'll get to that record. There's a lot of bass lines that just like draw out the song and like don't change, but they're just so rhythmically satisfying as bass lines that you do not care. It's just like very few bands are able to be as captivating with that rhythmic section as Cure can be, and I think that's the strongest part of this record. But yeah, that's just a fantastic album. Not quite up to their top tier, but as close as you're gonna get, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with that.
With that bass, like why it's so captivating, I think, is because they start off with the bass and then they just put the layers on top of layers on top of layers.
Yeah, they usually start with the bass. The bass is usually what opens.
Right.
It's bass or drum.
But then putting that layers is what makes it good to me.
Yeah. I think that's another improvement on 17 Seconds, because 17 Seconds did not have nearly as captivating instrumentation. It was good. It was not to the level of Faith or any of their best material, in my opinion. But yeah, just excellent album.
Yeah, I do agree that I do agree with that. I think after this point, well, the following album and the album after the fucking disappointment that was the middle ground. But yeah, I mean, moving on. After Faith, a year later in 1982, they would release, which I think it's their.
They would release their sex tape.
Yeah, man.
So I just gotta come out and say I have a couple of things to say. Pornography, it still has those fucking great bass lines, and which I think more it works better with the drum. It's still the lineup of Robert Smith, Simon Gallup, and Lowell Thalhurst on drums. And I think the instrumentation is fucking among their best on Pornography. I do have to continue and say that Pornography, the self-titled track, is so good. It's really good. In 100 years, this album has a lot of things. Has a lot of things going for it. 100 Years, The Hanging Garden, Siamese Twins, A Strange Day, all
the best.
fucking great
Just
tracks.
name out 8 tracks because they're all
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
I have one thing to say. I think, and Gabe is gonna hate me for this,
Oh.
that the weakest track in this album, and it's also the track that is not letting me give this album a perfect 10 personally, The Figurehead. Why? Because
Nah.
I think that
You're
this
wrong.
this track works better live.
I think he could have named any song and it would have been like, what?
No, come on.
Nah, don't worry, Gabe, I got him.
But I do think that it is a great album. I think my favorite tracks would be the Siamese Twins, Pornography, and 100 Years. The Hanging Garden is, to be honest, any song here, but except for me, The Figurehead would become one of their most unique up to that point. This album really has a lot to offer, despite still being under that that gothic rock and post punk and quote unquote cold wave era and style of theirs. It's pretty much a really moody album that really captures the listener ever since the first track starts. But yeah, I do think it's fantastic, and it's well deserved the fame that this album has. I think Pornography might be one of the most well known records of the 80s in general. I think among the most well known. Yeah. CaptainCook, what do you think of Pornography?
So I'm gonna start off with talking about 100 Years. Again, the album doesn't disappoint with the opener. I even think this is like a top 5 or maybe top 10 Cure song. At least for me, that song is so good. The repeating percussion beat, with that wailing guitar in there, and then Robert bringing his best vocals and lyrics, it makes the song a straight up 10 out of 10. I love that song so much. My favorites on here are probably going to be 100 Years and Hanging Garden. Those two songs are excellent. Honestly, I like every song on here except the closer again.
What?
No, just get ready. It gets better. To
I'm
me,
sorry,
this
I'm
album
yelling
should
too
have
much.
ended. It should have ended with Cold, and it would have been
No.
flawless, perfect, 10 out of 10 for me. But the self-titled track, it's just, I don't like it. To me, it's one of the worst songs on Cure's catalog.
What?
One of the worst.
One
Yeah.
of the worst.
For me, at least until Wish. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I cannot. I don't understand you right now.
We
I'm
have
sorry.
argued about this for 2 years.
I don't see how to be. I don't want to be disrespectful because everybody's got their opinion. Could you please elaborate on this particular track and why it's not?
I don't know. It's just, for me, it drones on, and I'm
No.
not. It's too
Okay,
long. It should
I-
be like a short outro, and that's it.
It's so
I can kind of
fucking
back him
awesome.
up on this on why he doesn't really like it that much. He used to tell me that he did not like the intro that takes like 3 minutes to build because it's just like a sample of TV. Which,
Just wait. I got more to say about it.
oh
So
god.
the one good thing I can mention about this is like what I visualize when I'm listening to the song. It makes me visualize something. So that's at least something good about it. I visualize like
A fat man
big
on a
boat
TV.
There's just like a big boat, like a yacht or something, slowly sinking with all the passengers still on board. That's what I visualize when I listen to this song. It's a good visualization too for the album because it does the same thing. It stays afloat strong and then it just sinks into a not 10 out of 10 album.
Wow.
I mean, I have a similar opinion to the figurehead. I think it doesn't work well in the first half, and the second half is just underwhelming, and then it picks up the pace once again. And
Everybody's got to find something with pornography. Wrong with pornography.
Right.
I told you to be
I don't mind
watching
Figurehead at all.
I do
Figurehead
think
is solid.
I do think that Pornography is a great closer, and honestly, top 5 the Cure tracks. To be completely
Oh, hell
honest,
no.
I do feel
That is
I do
wrong.
feel that it's a great closer, and to be honest, it's one of my favorite closers of any fucking album.
Thank you.
But yeah, that
Mhm.
surprised me. I actually
Yeah, no.
that 3 minute build up that it has, it's one of the coolest things that the band would have on their catalog.
It's the most. I feel like it's the most like abrasive thing they would ever make.
Yeah,
Like
I think that might be why he doesn't like it, because I gotta just be honest with y'all. It's like my man Captain Cook is not exactly
onto abrasive stuff.
he's
I
not
like
I mean,
heavy
like, if you
stuff.
kinda
I'm not
look at-
listening to
like-
noise
yeah,
albums,
if
but
you, look
I
at
like
me
9
and
Inch
look at
Nails and
him,
stuff like that.
Yeah, we are like very polar opposites now. Like when I met you guys, like I kind of changed a little bit, and I became like the really pretentious bullshitter. But yeah, like he's not really into that kind of stuff as much as I am. Like he can
that's
appreciate
fair.
it,
That
but
I can see where you're coming from because that
I kind
song.
of wanted to save him. Okay, like you gotta bear with me. Okay, he's not.
But
like,
one
on
of
the same level as some-
one of their worst tracks, I don't really get that. Even I've met Cure fans.
I can get that from the mindset of not being into it.
Yeah,
that-
but I've met Cure fans that listen to only the Cure, the Smiths, Arcade Fire, and that kind of shit. But but they still like the closer of
Those are all
Pornography
great bands, to be fair.
because
Yeah,
they are all great bands. Well, the Arcade Fire, but to be honest, the closer, these closers, even if you don't like abrasive stuff, is so surprising and so
I don't think it's that,
Dark,
though. It's just
to
it
be
takes
honest.
too long to. I don't know. I don't appreciate the build up like you guys. It takes too long to get to the point.
Yeah,
for
I
me.
feel like we should talk about the good stuff on this album from this point on. 'cause
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the opener
I
is
love
really
every
fucking
track
great.
except that.
Siamese Twins is fucking great. Cole is I mean, I couldn't imagine the album having the same impact as it does with Cold being the closer. To be completely honest,
It would be really short.
I can't
Yeah.
'cause I skipped the last song.
Wait, even when you listen to the
well,
album, do you
also
skip it?
when I have
This
to
time around, I did not.
what I have
because
to
for the
say
podcast.
what I have to say is that Robert Smith has not an underrated, but yes, he has a nice cello and violin play from this point on, and I think we gotta give to him, especially on live performances. But it's fucking haunting, and it gives to the
He
album.
plays the song live.
Yeah, uh, but yeah, that really surprised me. So, Mint, what do you think about pornography?
Um, pornography is bad, kids. No, for real. This what can I truly say about this album? Like, it has pretty much everything that they were trying to do in this era, and it's literally perfected. And I don't mean just in the sense that, oh, they made it good. No, they literally made it perfect on this album. There's nothing wrong with this album at all. There's nothing that's not excellent about this album. The opener, 100 Years, one of their best openers. In fact, it could be their very best opener. I'm not sure if it is necessarily, but like you can make the argument that it is their best opener. Um, the thing about it is that it's dark, but it's also like has a groove to it. So like it's actually kind of like I don't want to say fun to listen to because I don't know if I'd describe any of this album as necessarily fun, but it's like I don't know, but it's fantastic. Short term effect. I don't really see a lot of people or hear a lot of people talk about this song, but I think it is fantastic, and I love the way that it follows up 100 years. Uh, the the thing about this album, especially, I just really love the drums on here. Like, I don't think I've heard
Oh, yeah.
pure drums sound as good as on here. Um, yeah, everybody's on point. Hanging Garden, I think that was what the only single or like one of the only singles in this album. And yeah, fantastic song. I really love the vocal on here. Especially when you get to more so the chorus. Uh, if you can even like call that a chorus, I don't know. It's a weirdly structured song, but it's great for what it is. I think it's fantastic. I think it has unique character to it. Siamese twins. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion or not, but I think it's the best song on here, and I think it's a top three.
No,
song.
I really get it. It's
I
one.
feel like that would you could say that almost pretty much about any of the songs on this record. Like I don't
Yeah.
think I yeah, you could say that about pretty much all the songs here because they really are pretty much equal to each other in a way. I guess.
But yeah,
Yeah, that track is just. I don't even know how to put that track into words. Like that track literally does everything right, and it scares me how perfect that song is. Um, I can't really think of a least favorite song on here because, like I said, everything about this album is perfect. But I guess if I had to pick one, it would be A Strange Day. But like again, that song is fantastic. The title track, I think, is their best closer of this era. I'm not gonna say it's their better. That's yet to come, but especially of this trilogy, yeah, easily their best closer. Um, I really love the sort of television samples. I don't get what anybody could find wrong about this closer. Like,
yeah.
but yeah, I probably rambled on a lot, but it's an album that kind of deserves it. It's fantastic. Their best album so far. You can argue it's their best album, period, but it's not my favorite necessarily, but fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think this the flow. One thing that I forget to mention is the flow of this album is really good. Uh, Compared to the other two, I don't feel that there's any unnecessary tracks here. Even though I dislike the figurehead a bit, I don't think it's awful. I think it's a good track. But
Figurehead's amazing.
Yes, it is.
yeah. So Gabe, what do you think of pornography?
Okay, so before I start, I just kind of want to say I'm sorry with what I said to Captain Cook. It came out a little wrong. I did not mean to make it sound like he's like a plebeian or whatever. It's just
Plebeian, what the fuck? What is?
we're kind of talking back and forth in DMs about it. So I just want to say like I kind of just wanted to clarify what I meant.
No, you're good.
It was like what I meant was that it's because he's not really into stuff like experimental music or experimental whatever, like experimental things like noise drum, whatever. And he's more of just into what we're talking about now. So it's just I didn't want to make it sound like I'm being a pretentious little shit. So yeah. Anyway, with that being said, yeah. So pornography. Where do I even begin? Again, just like Faith. This was the album that really made me a Cure fan. I was a fan of them, like quote unquote a fan of them before. I listened to Head on the Door and Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me at the recommendation of Captain Cook, and I thought they were great albums. They were really good, and I liked a lot of the songs on there. Now I went out of my way because I was like, oh, it's called pornography, huh? That's funny. Huh. Named after porn. Okay, I'm listening to this album. And for the next 43 minutes, I was just like, what in the hell am I hearing? This is amazing. This is my second favorite Cure album. I love every single song on here, and I think that this is unquestionably a perfect album.
Oh damn!
I love the sequencing on this album is incredible. I love it. 100 Years is possibly, maybe not. There are a couple more to come. Possibly top 3 Cure openers.
Yes.
Maybe even my favorite Cure opener. I don't know. Maybe we'll get there. We'll get to like the big one for me, the other big one for me, and we'll see where I feel at that point. But at this moment in time, as we're talking about pornography, 100 Years is probably my favorite opener from The Cure. It really sets the tone for pornography. It is nihilistic. It's not really. I mean, I wouldn't say it's depressing. It's almost, this album is almost sort of like apocalyptic, I would say. Like, maybe not necessarily, but
it feels like the end of the world.
Yeah. It feels like something is crushing down. It feels manic. It feels anxious. This kind of feels like if The Cure made an album, it sounds like a mental breakdown in progression. I think it's pornography. The Hanging Garden is a fantastic song. So is A Short Term Effect, actually. I just want to mention both of those songs. Short Term Effect is fantastic, although it's not one I go back to a ton. The Hanging Garden, however, I do go back to a lot, and I love that. I think this is really where The Cure starts to kind of aim for that sort of pop sound that they would start going towards on their next couple albums. Not necessarily. I think it's probably like the poppiest early song that they have, like pre Head on the Door or even pre-Top. Or no, not even. Let me ignore that. Ignore what I just said. We'll get there. It's one of the poppiest songs on their main albums before the Top. Siamese Twins is fantastic, and I love the couplet that it kind of has here, even though on the vinyl it separates, because Siamese Twins ends on side A and the Figurehead opens side 2. But I've always seen these songs as a couple. The Figurehead is my second favorite Cure song, and cringe. I'm salty right now.
I love it on their live performances. As we will talk about that later, but yeah,
we'll see. We'll get there, but yeah, the Figurehead is my second favorite Cure song. I just love it entirely. I love the drums on it. I love the guitar. I love the bass. The guitar is like, okay, so like some songs, some albums, even I think guitars can kind of carry a message, carry a feeling, carry a tone. Emotion, basically have emotional instrumentation. The Figurehead has one of the most instrumental guitar lines or emotional guitar lines I've ever heard in my entire life. I love it. It's really just one of the bleakest yet brightest guitar lines I've ever heard, like in any song. A Strange Day is a great song. Cold is fantastic. I think if there's like another song on here that I have to mention as a favorite, it's Cold. And of course, the closer, the title track, Pornography. I love it. I really do. Me and Captain Cook have argued about this since I first listened to this album like 2 years ago, and we will never stop arguing about it because that
Nope.
track is one of my favorites on the album. I love the last few lines on it. I gotta look this up. Hold on. It's like I don't have the lyrics off the top of my head, but I love the little tongue-in-cheek reference they make at the end with they put their name in the last line or last couple lines. They talk about finding a cure, and I'm like, oh, that's funny because it's the Cure. But yeah, let me see if I can find it. Yeah. So it's I must fight this sickness, find a cure. I must fight this sickness. That's the last couple lines of the album, and I love that. The whole thing about Pornography is that I feel most of its manic environment and its manic tone was inspired by the fact that the band barely slept, was pretty much always high or drunk on LSD, and having just like 40s in a pile. They had like a trash pile in a corner of the studio that was just accumulating by the day that they were building upon each day they recorded. They slept in the studio or they slept in the office of their record label, allegedly. It's just a really dark environment that produced a really dark album. Robert Smith was suicidal. He didn't know what to do with the Cure because as far as I know, they weren't like super duper, you know, they weren't really hitting it big yet for the most part. And this was kind of like his go big or go home moment. And he was very close to, you know, taking his own life. And he created one of his best albums by making Pornography. It's almost like he's pouring, like how The Funeral Party is sort of like the beginning of Robert Smith pouring his heart out on a song. Pornography is the sound of Robert Smith pouring his heart out on a 43-minute long album. This is one of the darkest albums I've ever heard, one of the saddest albums I've ever heard, and one of the most, maybe even one of the most disturbing albums I've ever heard. The Figure has a pretty fucked up song, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, this is just incredible. It's one of my favorite albums of all time, without. And I know Sweat's gonna make fun of me for this one again because I'm bringing out the numbers, just like I always do.
Yeah.
I always bring out the numbers, and I bring out the favorite album comment. But this album is the definition of a 10 for me. I think this is one of the few albums by The Cure that is 100% perfect.
Numbers have their place.
There is not a single song on here that I could live without. And like I said, the sequencing on here is fantastic. I wouldn't have it any other way. And this is the beginning of The Cure's masterpieces, which I do want to mention very quickly. Robert Smith does perceive 3 albums to be The Cure's finest, like the best conceived, the best executed, and Pornography is the first of these 3, and I fully agree with that, 100%. This is an essential listen for, I think, any music fan. You know, sometimes I'll have albums that I say are essential for people who are just like the genre. Like I'll have tags on RYM. I'll have like near essential and essential, and near essential is like albums for a fan of a band or a genre or a style or whatever. I think essential albums are albums that music fans should hear because there are only a few albums out there that I think every person that considers themselves to like any music should hear. Because some of my essentials are sort of abrasive for you know, people who aren't really into these kinds of scenes, but I would say that Pornography is one of the albums that I think if you're a music fan, you have to hear it at some point. It's just incredible.
Yeah. I do certainly. It's my 3rd favorite Cure album. To be completely honest, I adore Pornography. The Closer, it's so good. But yeah, I mean the figurehead thing is just mine. I don't think anyone else has that problem. But yeah.
I mean, I can see it. I can see it kind of. I don't want to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Nah, don't worry. No
I can
problem.
kind of see it. It's just like that song just means a lot to me, and I think it's one of their best songs, and I love the lyrics on it especially. So I'm just like, wow, someone actually thinks it doesn't fit on the album. That kind of hurts, but it's opinions, and we all get along here, so it's okay.
Yeah, don't worry. Sweat, what do you think of Pornography?
Okay, so if you're noticing a theme here is that each person that has come to talk about it starts off with, where do I begin? And I would echo that statement because I have no idea how to summarize such a master cohesive piece of music in words, especially my words. Spitballing, I fucking this album is my second favorite, although I feel like it might objectively be their most well-made because this album doesn't waste a fucking second. There is not anything you could cut from this album and make it stronger. It is tight to the most precision. I don't know. It is every second is amazing. Like Cold, which is I think the one track that people haven't talked about yet. That song is amazing. Like when I first heard this album, it was like on a trip on a car ride, and it was like really dark outside, and I was like half asleep, and I feel like that was the best environment I could have been in for this record because it's like a nightmare. Like if we were talking about the trilogy, 17 Seconds is a full, Faith is the church, and then this is just like this is the afterlife, maybe, I don't know, something like that. It's like it feels like, especially with the echo effects and stuff like Hanging Garden, it feels like you're being sung to by like ghosts or some sort of spirit. It's just it's an incredibly haunting album. And like another thing I'd like to point out is that like lyrically, this is where they get good, because like on their past records they had acceptable lyrics. Like the lyrics were serviceable and occasionally pretty great, but every single lyric on here is like insane. Like I think the most iconic one is "It doesn't matter if we all die" from 100, and that is like one of the most crushing lines you could hear in the song, and you just have to hear it coming from like, I'm gonna say right now, 100 Years is my favorite Cure song ever. I don't think almost any band could ever make a song that is as good as that fucking track. Like every single part of the instrumentation, every vocal line, every guitar line, the did, it's just I can't put it into words, man. It's just like they got everything right. Like this is just Faith, but perfect and like executed like amazingly. Like especially coming from them. It's a lot less simplistic than their previous work too, as well, because there's a lot more elements and like stuff on it. Like they have a lot more instruments that are working, and I think it really added to the record. Like it feels massive in a way that their previous work kind of doesn't. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just pornography. It's just there is nothing like this album, and like the atmosphere that it gives me personally. Maybe there will be when I hear more albums like it, sound like it, but like I don't know. It's just such a well-made piece of music, and I that's all I really have to say. Well, actually, there's one more thing: is that the drumming and like the bass, like there's like this is where all the instrumentation gets even better than it was previously, and it was already very good. But every single song is like so rhythmically amazing. Like 100 Years, that beat is insane. Hanging Garden has an amazing beat. And like Strange Day too. All of these tracks are just star-studded. Like I wouldn't change a single thing. Like I also like to say it's probably their best produced album too. Like all the instruments, even though there's a lot more stuff going on, they're so well balanced. And yeah, I feel like I've rambled on about this shit for too long. But I would like to say that my second favorite song on here, title track, the closer, Pornography. That song, like it's the most dark, most abrasive song they would ever create. And like that intro with the TV stuff, that is one of the best uses of sampling that I've ever heard. It just elevates it almost to this an insane level of creativity and like darkness that you can't really get from many other pieces of music. And you know, I just adore this album. If you couldn't already tell.
I think it's a great album, to be honest. It's a fantastic experience. That really has a lot to give, to be completely honest. But yeah, I get your point. I think this is one of their strongest flows, to be honest. Their best pacing that an album could offer from them. My favorite album would come later. My favorite song would come later. But yeah, I think that 100 Years is their best opener. If not one of their best. To be honest, I'm kind of biased.
And 7 minutes long too. Like it doesn't waste any of that time. It's insane.
Yeah, it's really
they
fucking
made
good.
the song that good. I don't even.
I'm glad we agree on one thing. At least everybody says 100 Years is the best, or like damn good song. So at least some agreement is happening.
Yeah.
Well, we all think this is an amazing album, so there's a
Oh
lot.
yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
I think it's a great album. I never said something about it. Besides, it's a really personal thing that my pickiness with the figurehead. But yeah, I mean, after this, before the next trilogy, they would release on 1983 a compilation of their basically approachable songs of
Well,
their
the
poppy
label
songs.
released it, right? It wasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
a compilation of their poppy songs called Japanese Whispers in 1983, which I think needs to be listened by any Cure fan. It has really important tracks, fantastic tracks like Let's Go to Bed and The Love Cats, the opener and the closer. But I think that the opener and the closer are basically the high points of most Cure albums up to the 2000s. But yeah, I think Let's Go to Bed, The Dream, Just One Kiss is a fantastic track. I never get tired of listening to that song on shuffle. Basically this is a compilation of some of their most approachable song, of their most popular ones, and for what I know, that is that fans really hate this, but I do
Do
think
they?
it's
Really?
I wasn't aware of that.
yeah. From what I've heard from at least people close to me that I know are hardcore Cure fans that are really like microphone shy and didn't want. And they are from Latin America and a couple of people from the United States. They really have a dislike for this compilation, saying that
Wow.
it doesn't put the band as they are, as this dark gothic experience, and they just put it as this synth pop band basically, which I don't get that much. I don't think it's very synth pop. I think it has post punk aspects, especially songs like "Let's Go to Bed," "The Love Cats," and "Just One Kiss," as I said. But yeah, I think this is a compilation worth a try. So, has anyone here listened to Japanese Whispers?
I did for this podcast. And to add to what you said, synth pop it doesn't have to be a bad thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like Depeche Mode and stuff like
Especially
that.
in
There's
this
nothing
era.
wrong with that.
Synth pop is an amazing genre. Like,
Right.
Yeah,
So I don't know why
especially
that's
in
a
this era.
critique.
What were you
I
saying,
would
Mint?
say that you could say it's not your thing. Like,
Right.
yeah.
But I listened to this album for the podcast and I enjoyed it. I don't have like super detailed opinions like some of the other albums, but just one observation I have is like where it falls on this timeline. Robert Smith went from pornography to this. Like, what? He went from the darkest, most goth pop,
And then to the
goth
top.
albums he made into like full on pop. Like, what? I appreciate this album though because it gives the pop elements to the other albums that come after it, and those albums that are coming later are some of my favorite Cure albums. And also, Robert Smith gives two fucks about anything he does. He does what he wants. He's like a chameleon, changing colors every album. He goes from pornography to this, like, what? And there's one song on here, I was like, what the hell is this? Let me see. Speak My Language. What the hell is that? It's like Racism the Song or something. Literally, one of the lyrics is, let me see. Oh, all the people here all look the same. What the hell?
Wait,
when I heard
what?
that, I was like, what?
I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I didn't notice that either.
Yeah. I was like, okay, Robert, okay. I'll let it slide with you. But to end my part on this, I think my favorite song is the intro song. And I like the closer song on this one too. Not every closer is bad on The Cure, I promise. I won't be shitting on them anymore. I like the closer and I like the opener on this album the best.
But yeah, Mint, have you listened to Japanese Whispers?
Yes. And I think it's pretty great. One thing I want to say about this is that I definitely count it in their discography. For one, it's very essential as sort of a bridge between the end, at least temporarily, and of sort of dark gothic stuff that they would the trilogy, and sort of the beginning of what pop sort of stuff that they like heading Kiss Me, and I think it works well as that, and just on its own. This album is made up of non-album single sides that they were releasing right after Discography came out. Yet it feels cohesive. It doesn't feel sort of flat together. Maybe because of the same era, but like it feels like a studio album, which is something I appreciate. I actually love when artists use non-album, so that's a plus. My favorite track here is the opening, "Let's Go to Bed," which is one of my favorite songs by them. Just really catchy
Such a
song.
catchy song.
But yet it's still The Cure. Like, it does. Thing is, though, even though this is a sound, still tell it's them. It still has the same character. Robert Smith is still very much the same lyricist and frontman. He still has that distinct personality, and I still very much enjoy this album. And that's that great evolution. Still very much turning in and makes it special. Other songs I want to highlight, of course, "The Love Cats," which is a very popular song by them now, I'd say. I'm pretty sure it was back then. I think "Just One Kiss," I think. This album has kind of a flaw in that, like, it's not really sort of a flow problem, technical problem. It's just that not every song is that great. But no song is really bad. But yeah, it is definitely. There's not like a huge. I don't have a huge lot to say about it, but it is really. Yeah.
Yeah, I pretty much agree that it's one of their most essential albums, to be honest. It serves as a middle ground alongside the top, in my opinion. But yeah. Gabe, have you listened to Japanese Whispers?
I have, yes. I did it in preparation for this podcast. And I think that this is a pretty great album, especially following Pornography. As it's been mentioned before, this is a pretty drastic shift in tone. Because, you have, like, the nihilism and just complete dreariness of Pornography. And then you've got Robert Smith just kind of, like, you can kind of almost envision him just kind of dancing around in a room, with his poofy hair and his makeup on, singing these songs. I think this is actually a great compilation. It's very short, only about 27 minutes, so it's really in and out. This is a very short experience. And I think that most of these songs are incredible, like "Let's Go to Bed" and "Just One Kiss," and of course "The Love Cats," which I actually knew before I went into this album. That's one of the few songs on this album I actually knew about and had heard before. For the rest of it, I think it's pretty good, but I think those are like the best songs on here. I don't really have a ton to say because this is still a pretty fresh listen for me, but I do think that if they had like one like not studio album masterpiece, it would be this one. I really like the cohesiveness of this compilation, especially since it just really hints at what they were going to do on albums like The Top and Head on the Door in a much less developed fashion, I think. But yeah, I still think it's pretty great, and it really, similar to how Faith would pave the way for things like Pornography, Japanese Whispers paves the way for the future of The Cure and how they would become a lot more of an accessible band for the general public.
I do think it's a. I do take these two projects like this and The Top as a transition, as a definement of transitional albums. But yeah, Sweat, what do you think of Japanese Whispers?
This album is pretty solid. I definitely think it feels like it feels like a comp. It plays like a comp to me. Which I think is a disagreement with what most people have been saying. But yeah, this doesn't really it doesn't really feel like a studio album in a sense. It's definitely an essential time capsule because like The Cure would likely not be a band if many of these singles didn't take off. Probably because I think Robert said he was gonna like disband the group after this, and I think one of the most prominent members left after Pornography, if I'm correct on that. I think
Yeah,
so.
him and Robert got in a fight, and he quit the group. I
Yeah,
believe it was
Simon
Simon
Temple.
Gallup, actually.
Yeah, Simon
Okay.
Temple.
Oh wow.
In this album, this is the only album where it's a low.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, I think it's definitely very good. I would echo the statement that "Let's Go to Bed" is my favorite track on here. That song is just so catchy. Like,
Yeah.
and like I especially love the chorus. It's just so kind of heartwarming, which again is insane coming after the previous record that this they could make something so like kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of cute. I don't know if that's the right word to describe it. This whole album has like a sort of cute atmosphere. That's probably the wrong word. Maybe silly is a better word. I don't know. It's definitely
I can hear cute.
Yeah.
That's fair.
it's just like charming. That's what I'm going for. Yeah, it's like
Right.
really charming as an album, I think. But I really like the Love Cats and Let's Go to Bed, but a lot of the other tracks don't really catch me. I'm not a fan of like I'm not a particularly big fan of Just One Kiss, which a lot of people are really big fans of. I don't know. I feel like I might need to listen to this one more because I didn't really give it the same treatment that I gave a lot of their other records, so I don't particularly have much to say. But the songs that are very good are fantastic and legitimately like fantastic pop songs. I think they really could have, if they wanted to make a straight synth pop record, they very much could have.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a solid album.
Yeah, I pretty much think it's worth a listen for any Cure fan, to be honest.
It's a really good album cover too.
Yeah, I really
Yeah.
like the angels on top. Now, moving on. A year later, 1984, they would release what is, in my opinion, one of their worst albums, which I really consider a bad, awful, not really awful, but yes, a bad project. To be honest, the top to me, it just doesn't work. In their discography, feels like a stain between their transition of the first trilogy and then the second trilogy. I really think this is a bad listening experience. I dislike the closer. This is one of the few times I will say that I dislike the self-titled song at the top. My favorite song here, not even favorite, which the song that I don't think is as awful as the others is the Caterpillar.
Damn.
Give Me It. But besides that, I think this really is a record that could have been more, definitely. But this is just doesn't feel like a band effort. It feels more like a Robert Smith solo album, to be honest. Mainly because Robert Smith plays bass here, and fucking the previous bassist just left. Lol Tolsford would leave drumming and be playing various instruments, and Andy Anderson would come on drums. There's a saxophone in a bunch of the tracks. I don't know if Robert Smith plays it or I don't know whoever. But I really don't think that this follows well under discography. I certainly do think that this is one of my least favorite Cure albums. It's not my least favorite. I do consider it better than some of their 2000 albums. We're gonna get to that. But I still consider it a bad album, a bad experience. I don't think it's even mediocre. I just think it's straight up fails at what it tries to achieve. This new element of new wave and psychedelic elements under songs just doesn't work as well as it should on paper. But yeah, I mean, things that I gotta highlight here. At times, there are some nice interactions between the instruments. I certainly think the Caterpillar is the song that shines above the rest, in my opinion. But I dislike almost every other song besides maybe Give Me It. The opener has some good sections too. Shake Duck Shake, I think the name is. But yeah,
Mhm.
um, I'm not in the group of saying that The Cure doesn't have any bad albums. I do think that they have bad albums, and certainly this is one of them. Uh, but and it comes so odd considering where it's placed on their main studio discography. Considering what would come after, it's a huge shift from this album to the next. But yeah, Captain Cook, what is your opinion on the top?
I understand where you're coming from, but I have some praise with this album. Like between Three Imaginary Boys and Wish, I would say it's one of the weaker albums, but you can take a lot of good out of it. For what it is, it's underrated. Many people probably don't think it's as good because it's not as cohesive as the other entries, but to me, I like it. I can pull songs out of it. Once again, the opener is strong. Shake Dock Shake is great. This is like if you were to have a headbang song for The Cure, this would be it for me at least. I love the groove it has. I love the fuzzy guitar tone it has. Also, once again, I'm glad you actually agree with me this time. The closer on this one is underwhelming and forgettable for me.
Yeah.
It's not bad again, but it's forgettable. If it played on my playlist, I would skip it. As an album, I would listen to it. I wouldn't mind it, but it's just forgettable. I don't know why, but the overall cover and feel of this album gives me like Egyptian vibes, like the album art and the songs. I don't know what it is. It's weird. Like especially on Wailing Wall. I don't know if you guys know it like that by heart, but it has like that Egyptian feel, like the instruments, like the flute on it. It just sounds like you're on a stranded desert with no sign
In comparison to their
of life.
previous work, it has a lot more. It has a lot of more instrumentation that's like
Right.
ever
Yeah.
used.
It has
It's out
flutes. It has a violin
Mhm.
somewhere. Yeah.
But going back to like Shake Dog Shake being a headbang song, there's other songs on there too that would be like that. Like Give Me It, for example, that song has a lot of energy. And the beat to it, I can't fully describe it. It's just it pumps you up with energy. It might be the drums that make it like that. I also like that song when Robert starts doing the owl stuff near the end. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. He isn't
I
even
can't say I
speaking.
do.
He's just going like hoo 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 hoo. I don't know that. And also like in the beginning when he screams ow, like he just stubbed his toe in the corner of the couch. I love when he does shit like that. I don't know. Also with this album, like the first time I listened to it, I just felt just like cringe. I'm like, this is so disappointing compared to their other stuff. But like every time I come back to it, every listen, I gain a little bit more out of it. I get like something out of it every time, more and more. And the more I listen to it, I just started to like it. So like this listen before the podcast, Dressing Up, really stood out to me, that song.
Yes, thank you.
I love the vocals Robert has on that song. And again, the reoccurring Egyptian sound that has. I don't know what it is with that, but I like that song a lot now. Another song on here, Banana Fish Bones. I like that song as well. It sounds like Dracula would be listening to that song with the synth in the intro just blaring in your face. And just to end my piece, my list of favorites on this one would probably be Shake Dog Shake, Give It To Me, The Caterpillar, and Banana Fish Bones.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The more listens I give to this, the more I feel like this was a disappointment.
Dang.
It's kind of the opposite for me. Yeah.
Right.
Minta, what do you think
Like,
of
I
the top?
understand it.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I don't know. It's kind of odd to find this kind of projects under discography at this point. But Mint, what do you think of the top?
Um, in short, I think it's not necessarily bad, but it's like average and not. Um, this is a very much a disappointment. This is probably the first time. Like if I were The Cure, like when they were out and in chronological, like this would definitely be a disappointment. This album really has almost like nothing going. Even the good songs on here, I would never call like some of their best songs. Um, but like I get why this album wasn't as it is. Like I don't know, for some reason Robert felt like he needed to like crank out Cure albums like every. Because if you think about it, like they didn't really take a break, especially throughout the '80s. Like they didn't stop like at all. Um, and plus, like during this time, he was playing in Susan the Banshees. And you can tell he was having a lot more fun playing in that band that he was playing with The Cure. Like this album feels very half-assed to me. Uh, the songwriting just like is nonsense, which is ironic since this is like more of a step into like their pop direction. Yet the songwriting is super clear. Um, I don't know how controversial this is, but like I think there are some pretty bad songs here. The two worst songs I want to shout out are "Dressing Up" and "Banana Fishbowl."
Oh,
I think those songs are like genuinely
Mm,
like, and I don't even just want to blame it on Robert's voice, but like again, he doesn't sound the best. I, but yeah, in general, this album ain't not that good. In fact, I probably wouldn't call it like good at all. So yeah,
yeah. Uh, I would say it's pretty underwhelming as a listening experience.
very
Uh,
underwhelming.
yeah. Gabe, what do you think of the top?
Okay, so the top, I don't know how to describe like what to. I definitely think that it's one of the weakest Cure albums, without a doubt. But I think that's pretty typical after you've had such a strong run in your discography, and then you have something transitional like this. And it's not transitional in the way that Japanese Whispers was transitional. I think if Japanese Whispers were to take this album's place in their discography, their whole run for the first probably for the first 10 or 12 years of their or 13 technically if you include Wish, for the first 13 years of their discography, they'd have a nearly perfect run. I don't know, it's like I don't hate this album, but it's one that I don't ever really see myself coming back to. I actually listened to it for the first time prepping for this podcast. I had intentionally put it off due to its reputation. It was the only Cure album pre Disintegration that I had not heard until this point. And I was kind of dreading it, honestly. I don't think it's as awful as many people make it out to be. But without a doubt, it's definitely one of their most. I don't know what the word I'm looking for here. I don't really want to say it's aimless, but it's not as. I don't know. It kind of feels really watered down for them, which I think is a result of the transitional nature of this album, because they've completely kind of thrown away the gothic rock that they were exploring before. And this is like, there's no traces of it at all on here. If you're looking for an album like the last three, look somewhere else because you won't find it here. Just skip this album and skip the next couple. Go straight to Disintegration. I can't really think of any songs on here that I think are like really, really amazing, or any that I would really put in the higher ranks for the band. In fact, I'd put most of these towards the bottom. Almost all of these songs were improved live, and presented in a better fashion, presented in a more enjoyable manner. But I think if there are any songs on here off the studio I might have to pick, it would probably be Dressing Up and Shake Dog Shake. They're the 2 songs on here that I like the most, and it's mostly it's not a love. There's nothing really on this album that I love, but I'm kind of caught between this rock and hard place where I want to say that it's sort of towards the average side, but also towards the good but not that great side. Like, I have it at a 3.5 on RYM, but I feel like that's going to drop right after I do this because I'm looking at, thinking about it more. That's definitely not a representative rating for how I feel about it. Not in any way. I don't really see this as one of the most excellent Cure albums. Actually, I think I see this as probably their second worst out of the ones that I've heard. I've heard every single one except for one, so, just kind of keep that into perspective. I've heard every single album except for 413 Dream. This is, in my opinion, it's their second worst, and there's not really much I can take out of it here. It's quite literally, it's an in-between of one of their best albums, from their dark side, and then it's also towards probably one of their most representative of their lighter side, if you want to call it that, quote-unquote lighter side. Yeah, I mean, and the problem with that is that there's not really a trace of pornography on here. It would make a great album if it was transitional in the sense that it was sort of burgeoning towards both, because there are albums, if I could think of an example, let me think of an album that I love that is transitional. One that not many people are, actually no one here is going to agree with maybe, White Chocolate Space Egg by Liz Phair is a perfect example of what I'm going for here. It's sort of a transition between indie and pop at the same time. That's one of my favorite albums of all time.
Is it?
It's got yeah, I definitely think that's one of her poppiest albums early on. It's got traces. It's honestly got some really dated production choices on there. Some that I really regretted at first, but I've grown to love. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's like that. The reason why that album works so well is I think it's because it's still got traces of what she was like, what I love about her early music, and then what I kind of like about her poppier stuff. The thing with the top is that it doesn't really contain either of those things. It doesn't contain what made their early music great and what would make their later music amazing. It's just kind of an in-between of both. It kind of feels like it feels like a diet Cure if someone also managed to spit in the cup. So it's just a very disgusting blend, but I'm making it sound way worse than I want to. It's that's the kind of feeling that I get when I listen
pretty
to this
good.
album.
I think is what you're trying to.
Nah, I'm not.
It's an unpleasant listen. That's how I define this album.
I mean, it can be pleasant if you're in the mood for something that's not as fleshed out as what would come with their next 2 albums. It's just, for me, these are songs that don't work well in a studio environment, and they work better in a live environment. But
I mean, their next
I can agree
live
with
album proves that.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get there. It's just the top is just kind of there for me. It's not an album that I will see myself returning to that often in the future.
I don't think it's an album worth returning to at all. To be honest, it doesn't offer that much. So, what do you think of the top?
Damn, you guys are really beating on this record. I think I like it the most out of everybody here. Because, I don't know. One thing this record has, I think they got a new percussionist for this record, and I don't know who they got, but he does.
Andy Anderson.
Andy Anderson? Oh, okay.
Rest in peace, by the way. He died last year.
Oh. Well, on this record, he does a fantastic job. Maybe even better than the drumming on Pornography. Like, legitimately.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I don't know about
like
that.
This album, but
Yeah.
Okay, they're very close.
Not even that.
But, like, there's, like, fills on Shake Dog Shake that are just, like, so creative, and it's like, I feel like, I don't know. The site, I don't really feel like it's an in-between of their pop and darker side. It feels almost absent from their trajectory because, like,
right.
It's not particularly a pop album. Like, the Caterpillar is, like, the only kind of single-ish track that you could pull. It's really more of a psychedelic album. It's going for, like, a completely... And obviously, like, I think Robert was doing multiple projects during this, but... Yeah, I don't love this album, but at the same time, it's super creative, I feel like. There's a lot of credit that I feel like it deserves for just being the weirdest and most out there album I think they would make, aside from maybe Kiss Me, but even that had more like single moments. But like this record is like it's such an oddball, so I can understand why people dislike it. But to me, it really that kind of gives it something that a lot of the other records don't have. Like I could genuinely see myself saying, I want to listen to this album instead of like the darker or the poppier stuff, because it legitimately offers something that that these sides of the band don't really. Like my favorite songs, like I gotta say, are like Shake Dog Shake, Caterpillar, and The Top. I will say one thing about this album, and this is the first moment, aside from Free Imaginary Boys, where like Robert's vocals on here are not up to par. I'd say that's one of the things I would say are not up to par. Bass lines.
He's
are
really
not up to par.
goofy. He's really goofy in this album.
He's really goofy, but
Yeah,
like
I
I feel
don't
like that
mind that,
kind of
though.
fits a little bit. I don't know. On some tracks it sucks. Like Piggy in the Mirror, I think is the worst song on
Oh
here.
yeah, that one's a little
His
too
fucking
much.
his vocals on there are not the best.
It's too much.
Yeah, he goes too far occasionally. I feel like if they spent more time with this sound, they could have made something more cohesive, because it's very uncohesive, but at the same
Right.
time that's kind of respectable about it. Like it's really, I might seem like I like it more than I actually do, because there are legitimately a lot of problems with it. I think it's pretty long. I think if you take some of the singles from Japanese Whispers and like replace some of the weaker tracks on here, maybe you might have a more solid record. But even still, I think this album has its own stuff to offer. I think it's quite good. And yeah, I'd like to say again, the percussion, definitely my favorite stuff of the album. I think it's a lot of really unique instrumentation, like flutes and stuff, and all of the other stuff they're using. I don't think it worked all the time, but when it does, I think it's quite enjoyable. And I think it's a solid entry in their catalog. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the few instances where live performances improve a lot of what's being presented, and we're gonna touch on that in the next release, 1984 as well. The first official Cure live album, concert, the Cure live. Who here has listened to that album?
I've listened to it.
I have not, so pass me.
Mint.
I haven't listened to it, but like I've seen like from the, so like I basically know how this sounded like, but I haven't heard it, so I don't know if I should comment.
You should, honestly. I think it's a good live album. I think the songs that I hated on the top work here. Shake Duck Shake works better here as an opener. 100 Years, 10:15 Saturday Night are also here as well. A Forest is here as well. This has honestly a set list that shouldn't work, but that works extremely well. I like it a lot, to be honest. Gabe, what do you think of Concert?
So I think Concert's actually a pretty great live album, and like you said, it improves the songs that were on the top by bringing them out in a live environment. I think that the set list for this album is pretty amazing as well. Opening with Shake Dog Shake was actually a nice touch. I did like that on here. I listened to this album in preparation for the podcast as well, so this is still a bit of a fresh listen in my head. And I think this is actually a really cohesive set list. I may not like every performance on here, but I think every song they chose kind of works to its ability and definitely fits on this album. I like the inclusion of the 1981 single Charlotte Sometimes, which it was released right after Faith, I believe. It's the only album that it's on. I think like it's on the deluxe edition of Faith, maybe on Greatest Hits. It doesn't have a presence on, and maybe on Standing on a Beach, which is like their first singles comp. Yeah, it's on Standing on a Beach. So basically, it's like a compilation only song. So not many people have listened to it, as far as I know. Like at least out of the Cure fans that I know, the performance of Give Me It on this album, it's really short and kind of sweet and to the point. It's like under 3 minutes, I think. It works way better than the album, I think. There's not that much focus on the top here, which I think I can appreciate about this album. There's definitely a bit of a focus on everything that came before that. They even include Primary, which I believe is from 17 Seconds, am I not mistaken? Is it from
Primary's
17?
from
Faith.
Faith.
I don't. Some
I
Faith.
think it's
Okay,
Faith.
I believe. Okay, yeah, it's Faith. Yes, it's Faith. Okay, so yeah, it's primary from Faith, and then they also have the oft kind of overlooked song, as we mentioned earlier, "Killing an Arab." This is actually on this live album, and this
Yeah.
performance is actually pretty great. I think I still prefer the original single, like the original version of it, out of the versions of it that I've heard, because you don't really hear this song that often anymore. Like we said, they intentionally left it off the deluxe edition of Three Imaginary Boys, which sucks because that means it's not on Spotify in the studio.
Yeah.
They included every other like track from Boys Don't Cry on there. So it's a little bit of a shame, but it's whatever. The version on here of 10:15 Saturday Night is also great. I love the emphasis on like kind of exploring every album up to this point, which I really like. This is a very good mixed bag of songs. And if I were to see this concert live, I don't know if this was the whole thing. This is a relatively short album, I think 42 minutes. That doesn't really seem like a concert length, so I don't know if this is just kind of an abridged thing. Or
It's an abridged thing. Yeah, you can.
like super
Okay.
long.
Yeah. I was gonna say like it's got to be like an abridged set list.
Yeah, it's
There's no
it's
way.
an abridged set list.
But this is actually a great abridged set list. I imagine there's probably a bit more emphasis on the top during the full show because it was for the top tour. So yeah, it's really concise. I love the performance of 100 Years on here as well. It's just everything they've kind of brought this live environment. Hold on, let me read kind of like I have like a little bit of a note for this one because I'm kind of going off like my little listening log that I put all this stuff down in. So I actually have notes for once. I'm not talking off the top of my head. Well, I have been for the past like few entries, but I've actually been doing good about it for once. For once, I don't sound like a bumbling idiot on the podcast. Hell yeah. Well, sometimes I do, but it's not that bad. So in terms of concert, it's I think that their presence on the stage here on this album is pretty grand. Even before they were playing these huge stadium shows. I don't know if this was a stadium show or not. I didn't do much research on this album, but it's like before the days of things like Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, and Head on the Door. It's pretty energetic and it's pretty grand. They kind of bring all their power here that they have live. And yeah, it's just really cohesive live album. It's not my favorite live album by them that I've heard, but it's still pretty great.
Yeah, I think it works. Definitely it's an abridged what's being presented, but because yeah, some songs feel like cut off. And yeah, after this, they would finally release their proper studio continuation, and which is actually my second favorite Cure album, The Head on the Door, on 1985. The Head on the Door introduced a lot of things. There is more of an alternative sound to the tracks, mixed with the post-punk and gothic rock aspects that that the Cure already had. This also has, which is actually one of my favorite openers by the band, In Between Days. In Between Days is just a fantastic track. It's a fantastic track.
Yes.
Also have to say that The Closer is not bad either. Sinking is a fantastic track. I basically love this track a lot. I think the only track I could call doesn't work, and what keeps me from giving it the entire album like a proper definitive like excellent experience is the song Close to Me. Close to Me feels I like the track, but I feel like it doesn't work as well as the other tracks presented on the album. I still like it though. I think it's a fantastic track, but it doesn't work as well as others other tracks.
Like, what if it was outside the album? Do you like it outside the album?
It would be it would be a perfect album, in my opinion.
No, but I mean like the song itself. Like,
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
took it
yeah.
out of that album, you could listen to it and like it and enjoy it.
Oh, if I took it outside, yeah, I can listen to it. I like it. I like it a lot. I like, but I don't think it works as well in the album experience, to be honest. I could hear Gabe response to what I said.
Well, okay, I'll talk about it in a minute.
Another two songs that really mean a lot to me are Push and
Oh my god.
Screw,
Yes.
and I just love those two tracks. And but my favorite track of the album is In Between Days and Push as well. I think that those two are tied. It's a great cohesive experience. Just close to me feels kind of out of place a bit. But the baby screams is also fantastic. I think this has a great flow, and this would contrast also with the length. Like this Kiss Me, and Disintegration are a lot longer than the other albums.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think that they pay off really well in this experience. I really do think this is one of their best projects, and the Blood is also a highly underrated track. I don't hear the people talking
Yes.
about the Blood a lot. Six Different Ways as well. The Blood and Six Different
Yeah.
Ways are tracks that are really overlooked by
I'm
fans.
pretty sure this album is only like 37 minutes. I don't know. But, I could be wrong.
Almost 40 minutes, yeah. But what I'm referring to is that Kiss Me, and Disintegration are like an hour
Oh,
long.
okay,
Those are
okay.
long.
Yeah. Yeah, and but yeah, also this album, like the other albums, would be 35. I think Pornography was 40 minutes, and having an
43,
album
yeah.
43, yeah, and having an album that is almost rivaling that length is really considering what Pornography offered. I think this is I put it up to at the same level of Pornography. I think it works extremely well. I do think this is
Mhm.
this has to be one of my favorite openings in Between Days. I will never stop repeating it. Push is a fantastic track. Screw is fucking great as well, and the closer sinking proves that they do know how to close an experience really well. But yeah, Captain Cook, what do you think of this project, The Head on the Door?
I actually fully agree with you on this album. To me, like, this is the start of what I call the Cure's big three. Like,
Yeah.
this trilogy, starting from Head on a Door, Kiss Me, and then Disintegration, those three are cemented for me as my favorites. So, these three albums are what got me to listen to the rest of the albums for The Cure, and it's what truly made me start becoming a huge fan, and it made this band one of my favorite bands of all time. Gabe reference there.
Yeah.
So once again, like you said, Cringe, the intro song is such a strong start to this album, and it's arguably one of the best Cure intro songs that they've done. If it's my favorite, I'm not 100% sure. It's definitely top three. It's up there. This song gives me like a nostalgic feeling. I don't think I knew this song before listening to the album way back when, but maybe I did when I was a little kid because my parents are Cure fans as well. So maybe they played it in the car and I was just there along for the ride. Who knows? But this song is probably my favorite on the album as well, at least top three. So let's see here. Oh, Kyoto song. All I'm going to say is the vocals. The vocals are so good. When he yells those lyrics, it looks good. Tell me how it feels to be new. Those lyrics, oof, I get goosebumps every time. That song vocally is great. The Blood as well is so criminally underrated. I never heard someone say that song is good throughout the whole album, except you, Cringe. That's the first time. That song is like one of my favorites on this album and one of my favorites of all time. I feel like the song like brings out this like Spanish aspect to it. Every time they bring out that Spanish acoustic guitar on their songs, I love it. I don't know what other songs they do it in, but when I remember the name, I'll tell you guys. But once again, Robert kills the vocals on this song as well. When he says, let me see the lyrics here, I'm paralyzed by the blood of Christ. Damn good. The start of that and onward, it's so good. Also, shout out to that acoustic guitar solo. I love that on the song as well. First time I listened to Six Different Ways, I had a huge what the fuck moment. It was like, if they made a song like that, they could make anything, even after that song, and I wouldn't be shocked by it afterwards. even after albums like Three Imaginary Boys, like I was like, what the hell is this? But after 6 different ways, I was like, not that shocked. They made that song, they can make anything. Also, shout out to them putting it in Stephen King's It. I lost my shit when they put that song and I saw it in theater. Yeah. I was like, what? Also, for once, the outro song, Sinking, is actually a pretty good song, and it's not the weakest on the album, and it's a nice end to the album, even though it started off stronger, in my opinion. Every song on here has its place on this album. Even Screw, which I think is one of the weaker ones on here, has its spot on here, and I can take enjoyment out of it. If I were to give someone their first Cure album, it would be either this album or Disintegration. 100%.
Yeah, I think this is a
Confirm he-
great introduction to the band. I agree 100%
For
to
sure.
that.
I can confirm that he made me start with this one.
Yep, and for a good reason. It's to me like the more easily accessible one and one of their best. So combine those two. If they don't like that album, I wouldn't really move on. But yeah, that's my take on it.
I certainly do agree with it. I think this is a fantastic album, to be honest.
For sure.
Mint, what do you think of The Head on the Door?
I think this album is great, but it's more so an album I go to for individual tracks rather than a album experience. But that's not to discredit this album from being great or anything. I still really enjoy this. It's not necessarily perfect, but the highs are so incredible. Like I don't care. Like in between days, I don't know if it's the best song of theirs that works as an opener. I think there's openers of theirs that work better as an opener, but it's my favorite track of theirs that happens to be an opener, and maybe my favorite track. Just one of the greatest songs like ever written. I love the acoustic guitar that comes in. It just I don't know how a song can be like this perfect. It's like they fully embrace the sort of pop elements, and it has some of. It's one of their best written songs. I don't know, but it's just incredible. The other songs on here on the first side are pretty great as well. Kyoto song is actually pretty cool. I really love the acoustic guitar and the blood. That's a highlight for me. It's not like an unbelievably incredible song, but it is a great song. I really like that song. 6 Different Ways is also good. But my other favorite, like, perfect song on side one, besides In Between Days, is Push. That song. I don't really know how to describe it, but it just sounds like the type of song that you can, like, hear in, like, some, like, and I don't mean to discredit it. I actually like it for this fact, and I love the song. But it kind of sounds like a song you could hear in like an '80s teen movie. Like I don't know, but it's just a fucking amazingly written. Not really that big on the baby screams. It's not bad, but like it's not that distinctive to me. Close to Me. I actually used to think this song was really overrated, but I love it now. I think it's a fantastic track. Not my favorite or anything, but it lives up to the hype. And then what is possibly my favorite song here, if In Between Days is not my favorite. These two go back and forth for me. Is A Night Like This. Holy shit, this track is fucking beautiful. The saxophone that comes in is legit orgasmic. Robert's vocals are so like painfully emotional, and it's like pure perfection. And honestly, I kind of wish the album closed with that track because like it'd be because honestly, I'm kind of not a fan of the way this album. I don't really like Screw or Sinking that much. they're decent, but like they're not really that good. I mean, like that great. Well, definitely an improved top, easily improved, but not necessarily like a magnum opus or anything. There is definitely this album. The good for sure outweighs the bad, and it's an essential album in their discography, and it actually is a great starting place. Like, if you want to get into The Cure, like, genuinely, I think you should start here, or at least this would be an option. Yes, good album, great album.
Yeah, I really disagree with the fact that I think this album ends on a really high note. Sinking is a really fantastic closer. But yeah, I get your point. The last stretch of this album, um, from the baby screams to sinking, is really fantastic. And a night like this is another like highlight of the album. Gabe, what do you think of The Head on the Door?
So as I said before, this was the first Cure album that I heard, and unfortunately, as a result of that, it's the one I have the least to say about because it's the one that I don't remember all that much. I haven't listened to it that much recently, as it's probably the Cure album I've listened to the least, at least in terms of the amount of time I've known it. This is more of a song album for me. More I'm going to listen to songs off of than I've actually listened to the whole album. But I think that it has some great stuff on it, and I do think it's a great album from what I can gather of it. I should have re-listened to it in time for the podcast, but unfortunately I did not have the time to. It's been a bit of a busy week. And even then, I only barely got done most of what I wanted to get done to catch up with on this podcast anyway. So unfortunately, I couldn't make time for it. However, I would like to mention that some of my favorite songs on here are, of course, the opener, In Between Days, one of their best songs. Definitely one of the best songs of this era of The Cure. My favorite on the album actually is Kyoto Song. That's like the song I think that really made me remember this album. It was the song that kind of kept me coming back. And eventually I kind of came back to it and I re-listened to it about a year ago. I've only heard this album about 2 or 3 times compared to the rest, where I've heard them probably about 3 to 5. At least for like the big ones anyway. But my other favorite songs, of course, are 6 Different Ways, Close to Me, and I actually really like A Night Like This. That's a great song. One thing I do kind of want to mention also that I kind of was flicking through my head as everyone was going before me is that this is definitely what the top should have been. It should have been this fusion,
Yeah,
this fusion of like this pop sound with the Gothic influences that were kind of coming through in their earlier stuff. Like, I wouldn't say this album is completely it's not very depressing at all. This is probably one of the more upbeat Cure albums and one of the more optimistic, you could say, in a way. This is definitely when the Cure started throwing away the really unnecessary like moodiness. Well, it's not unnecessary, but you know what I mean. Like that kind of dramatic appearance and the kind of dramatic lyrical just everything about it was just like that really. Some people will see it as obnoxious. I personally think it's great. It really embodies what they were going for. But I definitely think that this album is a nice contrast to what they were doing before, and compared to the top, and its sort of exploration of that pop sound, it pales. Like the top pales in comparison to this album. So this definitely is in need of a re-listen for me. One that I may end up doing tonight after the podcast. So when this gets uploaded, maybe I'll drop a comment about what I really think about it after I give it a re-listen, because I'm really ashamed of myself. I don't really have that much to say about it that isn't mostly rehash, and that I don't have that many outstanding favorite songs as I have for some of the other albums. So, it's just, I think it's a great album from what I remember, and it has some great songs on it, and it's a very great, it is a great starting point as well. I do want to mention that. But I think it's also, once again, this is the beginning of another era for The Cure, and this opened another pathway for them. Because you had Japanese Whispers kind of lighting the fuse, and then the top was sort of like that lead up. It's like that unsatisfying part, and then Head on the Door is the explosion. So, yeah, Head on the Door.
yeah. Sweat, what do you think of Head on the Door?
So just to emphasize how good In Between Days was, while everybody was talking, and I think Cringe mentioned that track, I just went and listened to it like 2 times. I think I said that 100 Years was my favorite Cure song, although fucking they have like 10 or maybe like 7 songs that I think are out of this world good, which is very rare for any band. But like this particular record, I just want to highlight the fact that like the A side, like In Between Days to Push, is my favorite stretch of any Cure album. Like all of these songs are like perfect in their own individual, unique ways. Like In Between Days is like the single, the like it's a perfect pop song, and then Kyoto Song is like a slower, more moodier track in like vein of kind of the Faith or like of some of the songs on Faith, but a lot more updated with instrumentation. The Blood, I'd like to say highlight this one because this one is amazing. Like the guitar solo and like the use of acoustic guitar throughout this album is like amazing. They didn't really use, if I can recall correctly, they didn't really use much acoustic guitar, but on this record the acoustics are just out of this world good. They add so much dimension, and like every layer of these songs are perfect, and like 6 different ways with its like 3/4 groove, and like the keys, the keyboards are like so, I don't really know how to describe them. They're just so happy, and they give me so much joy to listen. And then Push, which is somehow even better than In Between Days. This song, I think it could have closed the record maybe, because it's just such a genius track. Like that melody, the opening melody, and like the epicness of the drumming is just, I can't think of like, it's such an amazing song. It leaves me speechless. Unfortunately, only thing that really prevents this from being maybe even my favorite Cure album, the second side is a lot more. Like I'd say from In Between Days to Push, you have a perfect songs, and then second half it doesn't really hold that as much. The Baby Screams is very, very good, but it's definitely not up to the higher tier of the other stuff. I don't really remember that much. Close to Me is fantastic. Like it's a return to kind of the synth poppy kind of sounds of Japanese whispers. It's more in the vein of that, except it's so claustrophobic. Like everything is so tight and like programmed, and that was definitely intentional. And like Smith's vocals on here are like so static and like skittery. Like it's one of my favorite like freak out songs that he would do on a record, because it's just insane. I love this song. And Night Like This is really good, and Screw is memorable. Like the distorted bass line that just kind of comes out of nowhere. It's insane. And Sinking is probably my least favorite song on here. I know people were like really big on that, but I don't know. I feel like they could have closed the record out a lot better than without this track. I don't know. It doesn't really do much for me, I have to say. And I think the other major problem I have, ending not as good, it still ends great, but just not as good, is the main problem I have is that all of these songs are really, really different, and they don't particularly flow very well as an album, which is I think why Gabe and Minto are like saying that they pick individual songs from this, which I do as well. I can definitely understand. But yeah, they're not, they don't really make an effort to really make these tracks feel very cohesive. It's just like it's less of an album, more of a collection of songs, but the songs themselves are so good that it doesn't particularly matter, I feel like. And that's really all I have to say about it. This might be my second fave. I couldn't really say. Like, they have 4 albums that are just out of this world good, and this is definitely.
I really think that compilation of songs that work better by themselves could be applied to any of this trilogy. Well, except maybe the last one. But I think they work really well on.
What's the trilogy, by the way? I don't really see the action.
I really see them as the second trilogy. You know, the extension between The Head and the Door, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, and Disintegration.
Right.
Yeah.
I view it as sort of like their most commercially successful and like pop culture defining trilogy. Like these, this is what most people think of The Cure.
Exactly.
Yeah. After this, 1987, they would release a long album. To be completely honest, almost an hour and 15 minutes. Called "Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me," and I think that I'm gonna give a little bit of my thoughts on this integration. On this, I think this integration did better what this album was trying to do. Uh, but I still think this album is good. First of all, it's a bunch of relatively short tracks that go well together around the topic of love. I think the opener, the 6 minute opener, the kiss, is fantastic. I
Yes.
really think the opener is really good. Um, I think the Snake Pit is a song that is really underrated, and the song that most people know is Just Like Heaven, and with a reason. Just Like Heaven is a fantastic track. It's just a really sweet, really soft. It takes its time to present its themes, and I really think that after after Just Like Heaven, um, there are exceptions, of course, like One More Time and The Perfect Girl, but I think it falls a little bit in quality, the album, considering that it's a lot longer than any of their previous albums. But yeah, I think it's definitely worth a listen. Uh, I would put it on par with 17 Seconds being one album that really works uh really well. Uh, I like the cover, how simplistic it is. Just
I
zooming on.
hate the cover art. I'm sorry. It's so bad. I apologize. It's just like a close up of someone's mouth. That's what it's supposed to be, but I very much dislike it.
I'm not a fan of the cover either, but I do like that it's distinctive to them. Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't imagine any other group making that album cover.
That's fair. Yeah, I should give it more props on that because it's definitely a Cure album.
Mm-hmm.
The Snake Pit is really underrated. I think the longer songs are the ones that work relatively the best on this album, like the Kiss and the Snake Pit. One More Time is almost 5 minutes long. How Beautiful You Are is really good as well. Just Like Heaven is definitely the song that everyone knows from this album. I think this is one of the occasions where Fight, the closer, really doesn't work that well.
Oh.
Ooh,
I
no,
thought
no,
you were
no.
gonna say it was good.
No.
I think Shiver and Shake would have been a much better closer. Even 1,000 Hours is really good. But I think the ending fight is really underwhelming, in my opinion. I think this is a good album. It has a lot to offer, but this is basically the album out of the three of this pop trilogy that I would say that is the most that just feels like a collection of songs put onto one big release. Yeah, I feel this is more of a I pick some songs, I make my own track list, and I think it works a lot better. But yeah, my main problem with this is that 74 minutes doesn't work as well here. There are some songs that definitely feel that are not as good as the others. Songs like Hot 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 and Hey You. I just feel they're not bad, but I feel that they don't work quite as well as the other songs on the album. But I still think this is a good album. So, Captain Cook, what do you think of Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me?
So, first of all, the album cover, this is kind of embarrassing, but I thought it was like the marks of someone's back after getting whipped, like welts on someone's back. I was so stupid. When I realized what it was, I'm like, oh, wow, it says Kiss Me on it. Why didn't I think it was that? But
That
yeah,
is a very
that's
strange interpretation. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, the album
But-
is very, very kind of on that side, on the sexual and
It's
kind
their
of
most sexual album, I'd say.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, continue.
But getting to this album again, it used to be my favorite. It might be my favorite still, but this is what really started getting me into The Cure. I think this was the first full album that I listened to ever by them, because I used to know them by like songs and stuff like that. So before I was a fan and got deep into their stuff, I heard them play at an ice cream shop. Really weird. I didn't know if it was them or not, but when I heard Robert's voice, I'm like, what the hell? This is them? Hot 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 was playing in an ice cream shop.
The fuck?
Bro, are you good?
Oh damn. I think
I don't know. I
Mur's
don't know
connection
if he
cut
out
out.
or not.
Um,
Hold on, let me message him real quick. Hold
so Mint, what do you think of Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me?
It's kind of in a similar fashion to Head on the Door, where it's like it's a great album, but I go to it more for individual songs than I do an entire album experience. Although this is more consistent, I'd say, than Head on the Door. Um, I do. I don't know how many songs in here I would consider to be some of their absolute best. Like, but I do know that just like Heaven is quite possibly like at least like top 5 greatest songs like ever written. It's not even my favorite Cure song, but like that song is like so objectively perfect. Like I don't know how a human being could make a song that good. It's actually incredible, fantastic.
Definitely the best song. I think it might be their best song up to this point.
Oh yeah, easily. And what else do I? Oh, Catch is fantastic. I really love the strings on that song. I think the opener, it works well as an opener. But it's still there. Why Can't I Be You, I think, is a really fun song. The horns in there. It's kind of cool. Like, I love that it's like really the first time we see like the Cure like genuinely having fun. Well, not the very first time, but like they're not usually considered a band, but like this is and even their upbeats, like either lyrically or like Robert Smith vocally still has a depressing edge to it, but like this time it's just like we gone away. The song is just like More Time is an excellent song. Fight, I think it's a great song, but it doesn't particularly. I'm not gonna go through every song. Like album has like 56 songs, so I'm not. I think the only song in here that I have kind of an issue, I very much have an issue with, which is not a bad song instrument. I think like the music on here is pretty good, but I've said this before. It sucks that I have to say this again. Robert Smith, what are you doing with the vocals on this song, man?
What
Hello,
song you
hello?
talking about?
We can hear you now.
Where did I stop? I was
No,
rambling,
no, no, no,
and
no.
once I finished, I'm
I'm
like,
sorry. I'm sorry. Mint is going down. Then we're gonna go back to you. He was describing, in his opinion, the worst song of the album.
Oh God,
If you
what's
didn't
the
know,
worst?
What's the worst song?
hot, hot.
Hot, hot, hot.
Oh
Oh
God.
my god, wait, I didn't catch that. What? Okay, yo, we're gonna talk about that.
The vocals on that song are atrocious.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's a very questionable moment.
That genuinely might be his worst vocal that I've ever.
I wouldn't go that far because there's stuff on the 2000s records that are truly terrible.
On Blood Flowers.
I haven't heard those albums in depth, so like you might be right, but like, God, and I don't even think "Hot Hot Hot" is necessarily like that bad of a song because instrumentally it's pretty good. Like if the singing was better, like this would genuinely be a good song, but like Robert Smith just forgot how to sing that day.
It's just like
Oh
Why
my
Can't I Be
God.
You, except significantly worse
Oh
because he's doing like
man,
the crazy stuff.
you guys.
But yeah, besides that, I like every song. It's a pretty consistent album. It doesn't have a lot of super highs, but like the super highs are like really damn high. And of course, just like Heaven is eternal. So yeah, great album.
I definitely agree that Hot 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 and Hey You are definitely songs that don't work. That I wouldn't call them awful, especially considering um what the band would put out in the 2000s. I think there are some vocal performances that really are awful there, but yeah, I really get what you say. Captain Cook, you were saying that you were listening to Hot 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 on an ice cream shop. What happened?
Okay.
That would make me want to
Yeah,
stop
but,
getting ice
like-
cream.
Oh no!
That's what got me into the band, actually.
No, I'm sorry.
Like, that's what got me listening. I understand your points, though. Like, I really do. Like, to me, that song isn't like the best Cure song ever or anything, but it intrigued me. I'm like, what the hell
It's
is
definitely
that?
very
Is that
interesting.
Red Hot Chili Peppers or something?
It's good
And then I'm like,
material for us,
and then
honestly.
I heard his voice, and I was like, what? I had to Shazam it, and it was so quiet, I didn't understand the Shazam. And then I did it again. I'm like, yup, it was the Cure. And I saw the album cover. I'm like, all right, I got to listen to this when I get home. So that's what I did. So after that point, so this album is like a pretty good mix of what the Cure has to offer, in my opinion. It's a mix of a lot of genres. It goes from like a dark, gothy song, If Only Tonight, We Can Sleep, that song, and then it goes into like an energetic pop hit like Why Can't I Be You? I really like the range of genres Robert hits with this album. It also has like some ballads, like One More Time. It even has jazz aspects to it, like in songs Hey You and Ice and Sugar. And I think Hey You might be a weaker song because it wasn't even included in the original album, I don't think. Robert stuck it in there later. I still like it, but it probably would be a weaker song because of that. It wasn't in the original. Oh, The Kiss. The Kiss is such a kiss-ass intro to the start of the album. Like I said, Robert never disappoints with intros. Never. At least from what I've heard.
I can agree.
This album, like, it shows off Robert's skills on guitar, too, which people don't really mention. He usually focuses on atmosphere and his vocals, but he really shows off his guitar skills in this album. Some may say this album's bloated too, which I can kind of understand, but to me, almost every song on here deserves a spot, and you can take something out of it. Some of my favorite vocals from Robert are on here, like, what song is it? When he screams Tonight on the song All I Want, I really like that. Also, unlike some of the others I've mentioned, I feel like this album has a solid outro, which I personally love. Just Like Heaven. Just Like Heaven is probably one of my favorite songs of The Cure and of all time. Gabe reference again.
Show me
probably-
how you do that.
It's probably one of the biggest hits, and it's one of the songs I knew before actually going deep into their albums. This song is my car karaoke song. It's a song I danced to drunk on my 21st birthday.
Oh my god, I didn't know this. What the heck? I
Yep.
never knew this.
Yep.
I'm learning so much about you.
It's so nostalgic for me because I've known this song as long as I can remember. I also never get bored of it. Even when I'm not in the mood for The Cure, if this song came up at any time, I will refuse to skip it. Just to end, I'll put my favorites in a list. The Kiss, If Only Tonight, Why Can't I Be You, Just Like Heaven, Like Cockatoos, Fight. I'll stop there because I could probably put 90% of the album if I didn't stop. This definitely deserves a spot in the big three of Cure albums, and it would be something I recommend to someone who wants to hear more Cure after they hear Head on a Door and Disintegration. But yeah, that's my feel.
Yeah, Gabe, what do you think of Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me?
So somehow both me and CaptainCook both have some really strange stories about this album and our history with it. So I've got two kinds of things here. So number one is also about the cover art. When I first saw this cover art actually really terrified me because I thought that it was someone's cut up, bloodied arm covered in saran wrap. I had no idea those were lips until he told me that they were lips, and I'm like, oh, well, that's definitely not as foreboding as I thought. I'm like, I thought that that was someone's because I thought that because I was like, I had this background, I'm like, oh, The Cure is like a really edgy because my family is like kind of closed-minded about music, and they think anything like The Cure is considered emo. So in my head, I'm like, oh, The Cure is this really emo band. So probably they probably like have to involve imagery of cutting. So I'm like, oh god, that's on their album cover. What the heck? Why would they do that?
They emo probably likely wouldn't exist in the same form.
Right.
But
Right.
Yeah. Now I also have a strange story about when I listened to this album. So he kind of recommended this to me. He's like, okay, so you should hear this album really soon because the thing with this guy and me, okay, is that we kind of constantly trade recs back and forth. And he told me to listen to it. And the next morning, I was gonna go with my mom to breakfast for her birthday, and it like early in the morning, long car ride. We went to this like restaurant like an hour away. So I'm like, okay, I'll do the first half before I get there, and I'll do the second half when I come home. I got home. I logged on to Discord and Topsters, and for some fucking reason, I put this as the number 2 album on my favorite albums chart because that shit really spoke to me. Because this is back in the day when I used to like really blow my load way too early when I decided about albums. It is definitely not a 10 out of 10 album, and I don't think that it is. I have a bit more experience with this album than Head on the Door, and I have a lot more of a background with it. I think this is a great album, solid album, but I do think that it suffers from some serious bloating problems. This album does not need to be that long, and I think if it were to be like 2 separate albums that were released, it would work a lot better, not as one. The runtime definitely exceeds by about 20 or 30 minutes even. I think The Cure really does well with shorter albums, at least for this time. For every album leading up to this, I think every album that's kind of under 50 or 60 minutes really excels for them. They like short, they really fit short runtimes or short-ish runtimes. My favorite songs on here are, of course, Why Can't I Be You, Just Like Heaven. I actually really like Icing Sugar, and Fight is a great closer as well. I also really love 1,000 Hours. But my favorite on here is the intro, The Kiss. That song is fucking amazing. And
better than
that
Just
song
Like Heaven?
that, I think so, yes. The song that, like, when that came on the first time, I'm like, okay, this is gonna be a killer album. Holy shit. I love Robert's vocals on this song. The guitar, the whole instrumentation of this song anyway is just manic and crazy, and it just unwinds itself for the first 4 minutes, and then Robert's vocals come in for like a minute and a half, and that's it. Like then they ride out the song with this little instrumental section, and it's amazing. I think this is when The Cure really starts to kind of perfect these long form exhibitions of their musical talent, because you'd have songs like this coming up on earlier albums. You'd had stuff like 100 Years, A Forest, even. Like, I'm thinking about like some of the longer songs. So like 100 Years, The Figurehead. Trying to think of some of the songs on Head on the Door that kind of have that as an example. Let me look. I mean, you can kind of, they don't really have that many long songs on Head on the Door, so I wouldn't say that's a good example, but this is like when they start falling into this epic category. Like they're really grand, it's dramatic, it's theatrical. This is when The Cure becomes a really truly theatrical band. And I would like to mention that Just Like Heaven is my second favorite on the album, and this song actually, there's also a cover of this song that I really like, but it's not anywhere near the original album or original version. I promise you that much.
Dinosaur Jr.
The version by Dinosaur Jr.
Yes.
That's on the reissue of You're Living All Over Me. I think that's definitely a bit of a grower of a cover. It's not anywhere near the original of the Cure version. In fact, I don't like how the song actually cuts off before like the last part of it. It just cuts off in the middle of the chorus, or I think it's the chorus it cuts off in the middle of.
That's one of the best cover songs. Like,
it's possible, yeah. I mean, I really like it a lot, but I wouldn't go that far personally. I mean, I can see it for some people, especially if you're like a huge Dinosaur Jr. fan, but it's I don't know. It's a good cover. It doesn't go anywhere near the original for me though. So Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me is a great album, and I think that this is definitely like where they kind of start heading in the direction for their next album, which we'll talk about when we get there. But I think this is definitely one of the examples of The Cure in the middle of its own its own beast, but also in a sense there's sort of this I guess you can call it sort of like an omnipresent transitional sound here. Like it's moving away from Head on the Doors, just sort of regular like fusion, and it's standing on its own, but it's also moving towards the epic, dramatic movements, I guess you can kind of say, of their next two albums. So yeah, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me is a fantastic album, if not a little bit bloated, and that's all I gotta say about
it. I think it really is a great album. But yeah, I agree that, as I said, one can select their favorite songs and make a shorter and better runtime, to say it like this, because I do agree that it exceeds on length. Sweat, what do you think of Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me?
I don't really have a story with this one. First time I listened to it, I didn't finish it because the Kiss, I was like, this song is insane, this is dark, this is amazing. I only heard Disintegration and Pornography, so when I heard the Kiss, I was like, this is gonna be one of the most depressing albums ever. And then Catch comes on, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna listen to something else. Which was a mistake. And then I tried to listen to it again, and I realized that the non-remastered version on Spotify, some of the songs are like really quiet, and then some of the songs are really loud. And so I just got annoyed by that, and I didn't finish it this second time. And very recently, a couple of days ago, it was like 4 a.m., and I listened to this, and it didn't click per se, but after hearing pretty much every Cure album, I finally really kind of got into it. I don't think it's one of their best, but it is very, very good. For fucking one, I want to talk about the Kiss for a second, because god damn, that song is just it's such a fantastic opening track. It's just the guitar soloing on this, and I saw it on the live on the recording, which Gabe was talking about. And that version is even better because he just goes so far into it. It's just the wah pedal. I think it's a wah pedal. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Pretty much, it's like a wah pedal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of the most crushing things. And then once he gets to singing, 3 minutes in, this is a trick they do a lot. They wait to he doesn't sing for most of the song, and then once he comes in, it's the climax of the whole song, and he's just screaming his brains out, and he says the F word, and that put me off because
honestly, sorry.
Every time Robert Smith curses on an album, it's just he curses a lot in interviews, but every time he curses on an album,
it's so polarizing when he curses on an album because he never does it.
Right.
I don't know why it's so weird. It's just it's so weird to hear that. And on a song as intense as this, it's most swear words and lyrics are just filler, like they are when used in real life. But all of and he opens, not only that, he opens the song with the title of the album, which is so cool.
Yes, I love that so much.
It's just goddamn that song. And then Minto was talking about Catch and how it's one of his favorites. I do not sympathize, unfortunately. I do not particularly dig Catch too much. I think that's mostly because I feel like it was put after Kiss to really contrast it, but I think it should be somewhere else in the album. It does not. It's a good song, but it does not work after Kiss. I think if you put it towards the back end of the album, I feel like that would be a much better placement. But yeah. Unfortunately for the rest of this album, it's really, for me, it's a moment. And most of the moments are on the first side. The first half, I guess. Yeah. With If Only Tonight We Could Sleep. No one's talked about this song yet, I don't think. But it's stellar. There's some really epic instrumentation on here. And it's kind of cheesy, but it's really, really good. yeah, I don't really. A lot of it is just unmemorable to me. Like, I don't know. And if it is memorable on the back half, it's memorable for the wrong reason. Hot, hot, hot. I do not like that song. It's just like he pulls off these like insane vocals on like "Why Can't I Be You," which I think is one of the greatest vocal performances ever. Like he goes batshit crazy on that song. It's insane. And the horns. The horns are also a mixed bag because like on some tracks I can't remember which. I think it's does Torture have any horns on it? I think that might have.
I think
There's
so.
one
Yeah.
Like cockatoos, icing sugar might.
Yeah, the song they don't particular. It feels like they were added in post. Like it really does not fit. A lot of the added instrumentation, unlike Head on the Door, does not feel like it fits really. It feels like they were just trying to make it big and loud to be like that. But like, yeah, back half of the album definitely weaker. I don't particularly remember a lot about this record. It's about that part of this record. It's just a bunch of songs that are good, but I don't feel like they're very good. It's just like pretty enjoyable music. But when this album does strike, it strikes hard and massive. Like just like Heaven is, I said 100 Years is my favorite Cure song. I might have to detract that because somehow they have a song that is even fucking better than that track. Just like Heaven is the perfect song. Like, just not even, like, getting rid of genre, I guess, in terms of a pop song with chorus, verse, all that shit. This song does it perfectly. This is exactly what every pop song should try to be. It's just such an amazing song. And you were talking about the Dinosaur Jr. cover songs. That cover is, like, the opposite of what this is in every way, and I feel like that makes it. That's the only way you could cover this song, because I'm sure there's a bunch of shitty covers.
Probably somewhere out there.
Yeah, but you can't really fault them because, like, I'm pretty sure everybody sings this song in the shower just once.
Oh, definitely.
Yep.
It's insane, but yeah. To sum it up, it's a moments album for me, but the moments that are great are legitimately. I'd say keep The Kiss if you want to only hear the best songs. Keep The Kiss, If Only Tonight We Could Sleep, and Just Like Heaven.
Yeah. The Kiss is just a fucking fantastic opening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I also wanted to. Sorry for talking so fucking much again.
No, don't worry.
The version of If Only Tonight We Could Sleep, I think it's on Plugged live concert. It's stellar. They play The Blood on that concert too, and that song's also amazing there. But yeah, I think that might even surpass the original version on that live recording. And the Kiss Live, as we mentioned.
They released it later, I think.
When did they release? I think it was like 1992.
1991.
91,
yeah.
I think.
91,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
It has. I do agree that the version of The Blood on that album is just fucking great. So
Yeah, it's 1991.
after this, in 1989, they would release what's my favorite Cure album by a long shot. What I think it's one of their highest achievements, and to be honest, that has what I consider to be basically my four favorite tracks by the Cure, which are also the four final tracks. Because this album had two versions originally. It released only with 10 tracks, and later, like what is now considered the official like track list includes Last Dance and Homesick. The original album just had the last stage was Prayers for Rain, The Same Deep Water as You, Disintegration, and Entitled. But then on the CD version, they would release Prayers of Rain, The Same Deep Water as You, Disintegration. They would stick Homesick and Entitled there. Disintegration is just fantastic. I'm sure that if I re-listen to it, I will give it a 10. I've been re-listening to the album this week, in some stretches, and it's just a fantastic album. It has my favorite opener by the band, Plain Song, which is this is one instance where I can say that it's just fantastic song after fantastic song, and the
Those
stretch
chimes in the intro.
from The Same Deep Water as You to Untitled are my four favorite The Cure tracks of all time. The Same Deep Water as You is 9 minutes. I think is their longest song on their discography. Um, Disintegration is just fantastic. Homesick is amazing, and Untitled is one of my favorite closers of all time. I think it's just Fascination Street is all songs here have something to offer. Pictures of You is just a fantastic track. I love the lyrics on this album. The lyrics of this album just give it another feeling to the entire experience in general. I love this album. Uh, Robert Smith Robert Smith just came out with the lyrics on every single song here, and he just shined in every single one of them. My favorite would be The Same Deep Water as You and Untitled. Untitled is it's a fantastic track. I would say that this is their most I wouldn't put this as the best place to start with the band, mainly because this is a long album. It's an hour and 15 minutes with the 12 tracks. And this does better what Kiss Me was trying to achieve. This is a long experience that presents a bunch of different ideas and develops them in their own like length. The shortest song here I think is 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes long. That is Love Song, which is also fantastic. I think every single song here deserves to be recognized for what it offered. Pictures of You, Close Down, Lullaby and Fascination Street are just songs that I haven't met a Cure fan that hates any of these two songs, but there's just something special. I don't usually, and Gabe knows this, that I don't usually give ratings quote unquote of 10 plus to any song or album, and I give 10 plus to The Same Deep Water as You, Disintegration, Homesick, and Untitled. Those tracks are just among some of the best music ever composed, in my opinion. Uh, I just can't. There are no words to describe. A word that I can use to describe this record is you need to listen to it to experience this. The drumming and the bass lines here, the percussions are just so fucking great here. I admire Boris Williams on this album. His drumming is so, I wouldn't say simple, but it adapts to every single pattern that Smith and Gallup provide. And there are additional guitars here by Pearl Thompson. Roger O'Donnell plays keyboards. Simon Gallup that plays. I think almost every member except Boris Williams and Pearl Thompson plays keyboards here, like extra keyboards. It's just a fantastic album. I do admire this album because this is a massive record that just doesn't I wouldn't call it depressing, but it does make you melancholic, and it does come back to that gothic rock aspect of their early days. It has a more popular twist to it, but I think it. I don't know if I should say this. I think this besides being their best album, I think it does better what Pornography and The Head of the Door and their previous gothic rock albums couldn't achieve, to put it in a way. I love the cover here. It's just at first I thought it was a lady. For a long time I thought it was a lady until I paid close attention and I realized it was Robert Smith. Just there, just there. I thought it was a reflection of someone in the water, but it ended up being the reflection of Robert Smith. But yeah, I really have no words to describe how fantastic just that last stretch of 4 songs is. I do think that this is one of those few albums that I could say that has a flawless track list, a flawless flow between each song. I love how one song transitions to another. If I had to pick a weaker songs, I don't really think any of these songs deserve to be even described as weak. But if I had to pick my least favorite one, it would be Lullaby. Uh, and if I had to pick my favorite, which is my favorite Cure song, it's Untitled. Untitled is just it's just one of those closers that left an impact on me. I listened to this when I was 12. Uh, it was really big experience. I used to buy a lot of here they sold MP3 CDs that had like 1,000 songs on them with an entire discography of an artist, and I bought one of The Cure, and the last album on that entire track list was Disintegration, and it struck me so much. Ending that entire journey with Untitled is just so good. It's a really great album. And I couldn't praise it more for what it did. I think is their highest rated, or this or Pornography are their highest rated on radio music. But yeah, I really do admire this album. So Captain Cook, what do you think of Disintegration?
I agree with everything you said. I think top to bottom, this album is great. I think it's perfect. Plain Song is my favorite Cure intro song of all time, and it's probably one of my favorite album intro songs of all time. The powerful synths and Robert's mellow vocals like impact me in a way that not a lot of other songs do. I don't know how to describe it really. If I ever got to see The Cure play this live, I'd probably weep like a man, baby. I fucking love this song. I also love Pictures of You. That song is excellent. Close Down. That song used to be my favorite song on this album. It probably not anymore, but I can definitely see why it was my favorite song on this album. The bass on the song. The bass carries this song, and it not in a bad way at all, in like the best way possible. And it's the star of the show. It's the star of the show in a lot of songs. Then when you layer the synths in and then the guitar comes in, it's a straight up 10 out of 10 song. This album just knocks you out of your seat with the bass. This listen before the podcast, I really blocked out all the other instruments and listened to the bass, and damn, those bass lines are so good. It has great hooks on pretty much every song. The self-titled song is another example of where the bass is right in your face, letting you know that it's going to carry that song all the way to glory. I could go into detail and praise every song on here because top to bottom, it's perfect. Even the fucking outro is good on this. You know I don't like many of Cure's outros, but this outro is damn good. Also, I'm going to be honest, like my first listen back in like 2015, 2016, I liked this album up until Fascination Street. After that, I wasn't a big fan of the other songs, but the more I listened to it, like after that, yeah, I know.
I
was
just
so dumb.
I just have to say that okay, so I listened to the original track list that didn't include Last Dance and Homesick, and I think that even without those songs, this album was perfect. But those two songs that expand the entire track list are just fantastic, and it
Makes it
just
better.
add
Yeah.
to the experience. I think Untitled. What makes me like really remember Untitled is the last words that Robert is singing. It just feeling him knowing my heart away hungrily. I'll never lose this pain. Never dream of you again. Is just so fucking
Oh my God.
memorable.
Mhm.
It's just so it really leaves you. Even all the tracks I think here have a have have at least one quote that is just heartbreaking, because that's a good way to describe this album. This is, I think, their most heartbreaking of them all, to be honest. For example, the same Deep Water as You. uh, the last same with Untitled, the last part just stays with you. I will kiss I will kiss you, I will kiss you, I will kiss you forever on nights like this, and we shall be together. Is just, this is a really sad album, but it I think it's their saddest to be completely honest, and I really do think that from top to bottom is flawless, completely
For
flawless,
sure.
completely flawless. And as Sweat mentioned, Plain Song just has a special way to introduce itself to the album. It's really great. Mint, what do you think of this integration?
Um, this album, I know I mentioned that Pornography was like the perfect Cure album, which I still think that album is basically perfect, but I truly think this is like their defining statement. It's their best album, just not even just their best album as yet. I'm talking about in the general, their entire discography. This is their best album. Um, the reason I think it is, well, besides the music being fantastic, the main point I want to bring up is that I think it blends the both world, the sort of pop side and the dark gothic post punk side. I think it blends those two worlds perfectly, and that's why I think it's their most perfect album. Is because it's not only blends them perfectly, but I think it's the peak of both sounds. Like the second side of the second half of Disintegration, I think has some of their best gothic post punk songs. And the first half with songs like Lullaby and Love Song and stuff have some of their best pop songs. So that's why I truly think it's like a perfect statement. The lyrics on here are some of the best ever written by Robert Smith and some of the best ever written. Like I think the title track Disintegration, which I think is their best song, or at least it's my favorite song by them, is one of the best lyrical songs, the best set of lyrics like ever. Um, I can't even point to specific lyrics because the entire song is a lyrical masterpiece. But yeah, and the weird thing about this album, I guess more so about The Cure, but especially with this album, is that in a lot of ways, these lyrics, like, I could see somebody saying it's like, I fully disagree, by the way, but I can see somebody saying it's like pretentious or it's like very whiny emotions. Like these emotions are very over the top and very dramatic. Like Robert Smith definitely like gives his all on this album. And I could see somebody being turned off by that, but to me it works. It's genuinely poetic, and I think it works because you feel every word Robert Smith sings. Like even the tiny Hmm?
He puts like everything into it. It's just
Yeah, it's just like you feel even the most simplistic of lyrics in this album, you genuinely feel him. You know where he's coming from. And it's something that I think not a lot of lyricists can like truly accomplish well. Because even like the great lyricists, like most of the time, or at least me, I appreciate it from afar. Like I just appreciate that they're well written, but I'm not in the perspective of the writer. But here it's like he puts me in the perspective of his mind and his world, and I think it works tremendously. I funny enough, I this is the first Cure album I heard, and I'm pretty sure it's the first for a lot of people. I wasn't really that into it at first. I only heard two songs in this album before going into it, and I only heard like four Cure songs before going into a full length album. The songs in here that I heard before listening to the album were Love Song and Lullaby, and I listened to the album, and the only other songs that I loved were Pictures of You and Untitled. Everything else I thought was kind of boring, and I thought this album was very needlessly long. Like not even just in album length, but in song length. Like these songs are really long, or at least relatively compared to like the rest of their stuff. Like there's hardly a song that's like shorter than like 5 or 6 minutes, and they're very repetitive too. And I used to think that there was no point in that. You could have shortened this, but now I think that it works for that. I genuinely think that it's a complaint I would usually have for any other album. For this one, it just works. Like a song being like the title track being like damn near 9 minutes, or like Same Deep Water as You being like 9.5 minutes. Like, it works. It's justified completely in its length. There's so much that I love about this album. I don't want to go on for too long, but in short, it's a masterpiece. Probably the best album of the entire decade. Like, there's some that come close, you know. I love a lot of sort of 80s sort of post-punk and, of course, from the indie side as well. But, yeah, this is probably my favorite of the entire decade. Their best album, magnum opus, does everything completely right. Yeah.
I really do think it's a fantastic experience. I really have no words to express how good the flow of this album is. But yeah, um, Gabe, what do you think of Disintegration?
Okay, so before I start, I just wanted to mention that Captain Cook said that he had a few more things to say about the album that he didn't get a chance to say before we moved on to Minto. So I'm gonna let him kind of get those out of the way because he has to go soon. So I want to give him a chance to kind of wrap up his first.
We've been going on for a very long time.
I know we have. I'm sorry.
We are 3 hours in, actually.
3 hours
Holy
in, I know.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, we still have about
We have half of discography to go. Yeah.
yeah. So if he wants to wrap up, he can do it. But if not, I'll go ahead. He's muted right now, so I don't know if Okay, I guess he has to head out now anyway. So, I guess I'll just go on with what I had to say.
Hello. Sorry,
Double take.
Oh.
but I'll go ahead. It's quick, 30 seconds. My bad.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, this album, Kiss Me, Head on a Door, they're always like in competition with each other for me, for which is my favorite. It depends on my mood sometimes, and time also plays a huge factor because my taste is always changing when time moves on. So whenever I revisit one of these albums, I can always find a new appreciation for these albums in places I didn't know I could. And just to end, my favorite tracks are Plain Song, Pictures of You, Lullaby, and the self-titled track. And unfortunately, I have to go now. I wish I could talk about Wish, but my phone's about to die and I gotta go anyways. But
Put
thank you guys for having me.
Send me your thoughts for Wish, and I'll read them for you.
Don't worry.
Yeah, we could do that. It's
Take
fine.
care, my boy.
But
Thank you for being on the
thank
podcast.
you so much. Thank you. You guys have a good rest of the podcast.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So, okay, Gabe, continue with your.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to let him get that out of the way because, yeah. All right. So, Disintegration. Where the fuck do I begin? This is without a doubt my favorite Cure album. One of my top 15 albums of all time, and one of the most important albums to me, probably ever. This album is so personal to me in elements that I can't really share personally here, just for my own personal, it's just my kind of personal thing. But there are definitely elements that I could talk about where I think this is one of the few albums that really turned into a serious grower for me. Because when I first heard this, I thought it was okay. I wasn't really in the mood for these really long form. At the time, I thought they were relatively they were kind of meandering. Honestly, at first for me, I didn't really get many of the songs and why this was considered their best album. I was very confused and very not in the mood for an album like this. I later came back about 6 months later, and it became one of my favorite albums of all time on that one listen alone. Every single song on here, going off of the main track listing with the 2 bonus tracks, based on the current version of this album. I think every song on here is fantastic, and they each have their own place on the album. This is very similar to Pornography in that I don't think that there's anything about this album that needs to be changed. This is about as perfect as a Cure album can get, especially since it's pretty much a summation of everything that they had kind of done at this point. You have these influences of post-punk, you have the gothic rock exploration, you have the pop exploration, and you even have a little bit of dream pop stuff in there to an extent. It's very. I wouldn't say it's a unique. Well, yeah, you can say it's a bit of a unique album for them, especially at this time. This was if "Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me" was its whole own beast, and so is this damn thing, and it's an even bigger one because, wow, this is an expansion if I've ever seen one, and it's without a doubt, I think this is if there's one masterpiece of theirs that I think anyone can appreciate, it's Disintegration because there's kind of everything there's something for everyone here. Plain Song is by far, if it's not 100 Years, this is my favorite intro track of theirs. It's fucking stunning. It's one of the best intros I've ever heard on any album, and it really sets a tone. And it's such a beautiful fucking it's so beautiful. I love the intro to this album. It really just kind of prepares you for the godliness.
So massive.
Exactly. Pictures of You is amazing. And actually, Gary wanted to tell me that this is his favorite Cure song. He had to leave like 30 minutes ago. He was listening in on this podcast. He wanted me to say that this is his favorite Cure song. It's basically says one of his favorite songs, pretty much about longing, which I totally understand. And I never even really took him for a Cure fan that much, but I can respect that because this is one of my favorite Cure songs too. This song, God, it means more to me than maybe most people. For a bit of a reason I don't really want to go into, just for my own for my own sake. It's a part of why Disintegration is so personal for me. Pictures of You is kind of one of the big pillars of that. Close Down is amazing, of course. Every song on here is amazing, so I'm not going to bother with that crap. I'm just going to go to my favorites. Love Song is incredible. 311 butchered this fucking song. I just want to say that right now. Oh my god, I hate that
311,
cover.
you mean?
Huh?
311?
Yeah, 311. I've never heard their band name out loud. I've never heard their band name out loud, so I don't know if it's 311 or 311, whatever. I hate
Did
that
they
cover.
cover Love Song?
They did. They covered Love Song, and it's awful. And I hear it all the time on the fucking radio, and it sucks. My second favorite song on this album, or my third favorite, excuse me, because Pictures of You is my second favorite. My third favorite song in this album, Fascination Street. Oh my god.
It's a really good
everything about
track.
the song. I love everything about that song. The swirling guitar, Robert's vocals, just the kind of the piercing, like double like the striking of the, I think they play a chord. It's like they double strike a chord during the chorus a few times. I love that, those few seconds. It's one of the best moments on the album for me. Just the whole chorus of Fascination Street, the whole song actually. That was one of those songs that I was kind of jamming out to before, and I jammed out to it last night, and I actually somehow managed to put on my best Robert Smith impression for once and actually sing it pretty decently. So I'm proud of myself for that one. Just wanted to mention that. Disintegration, the title track, is also one of my favorite songs on this album. It's, I don't know, it's very indescribable. I think it's definitely on the same level of Plain Song in that sense of just grandiose, I mean, every song on here is grand, but I think that Plain Song and Disintegration are probably the two most grand. If that makes grammatical sense, I don't know. But my favorite song on here, my favorite Cure song, and one of my favorite songs of all time, like top 10 of all time, is Untitled.
Untitled is so fucking good.
That song is the definition of mind-blowing to me. Everything about it is just brilliant. I love the organ. I love the drumming. I love the bass. I love the guitar. I love Robert's lyrics. I love his vocals. Cringe, you mentioned this, the last line of the song, the last couple lines of the song
Are just fantastic. They're just amazing.
Disintegration may not even be in my top 10. It may not even be my favorite album of all time, whatever. Nothing in my favorite albums of my top 10, whatever. None of their final songs or their final lyrics come close to the final verse of Untitled, or even the final verse of Disintegration as a whole, the whole album.
I have to say, it's a fantastic closer. One of my favorite closers.
It's amazing.
I do have other closers that overcome it though, but
so do I. My favorite song of all time is a closer. It's just, I shouldn't say that then. There's one closer in my top 10 that overshadows that. It's Two-Headed Boy Part 2 by New Remote Hotel. But yeah, Untitled.
it's just the final verse.
It's one of my favorite songs.
The final line here, "Never dream of you again," is something that will always stay with me much.
That is piercing. It's
Yeah.
like Robert Smith likes to say that this is a bit of an uplifting song. It's supposed to be optimistic. I don't see where he comes from, honestly.
Yeah.
This whole song is just really fucking sad.
It's,
and
I always picture it as as the portrait of someone that broke up and just wants to forget her but doesn't know how,
it
and
makes me
it's
think
been
of-
years.
That's true, yeah. It makes me think of a suicide almost, actually.
Yeah, almost to the
whole-
point where he wants to kill himself. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what.
it's like that. The whole part is that, like, I can feel the monster going deeper inside of me, feeling him gnawing my heart away hungrily. Just like that whole line, just really. Ah, God, I love it. Robert Smith is a fucking genius, and this album, this whole album, is just where he really shines through with it. Just
I mean,
like Pornography, this is one of the few albums by The Cure that Robert Smith considers essential, and I should not even have to explain why I think that and why everyone should think that, because this is, without a doubt, for me and for many, many people, this is their magnum opus.
Yeah.
This is just one of the
with
greatest albums.
with many reasons, to be honest.
Yes, definitely. And I just want to wrap up one more thing. Minto also said this is. I think you said this is your favorite album of the decade.
Yeah,
I
it's
believe
my
this
favorite.
this is my third favorite album of the decade. It's up there. I have like 2 other albums from the '80s, like really high up. So I can't say this is my favorite, but it's like my top 3 just kind of always fight, because I have this right beneath Murmur and On Fire. So, it's
Ooh,
like
Murmur.
it's
That's
a
an
big.
Yeah, Murmur's great, but for my '80s album of the decade, it's like or like Queen is Dead, and I probably prefer this to Queen is Dead.
Yeah, me
That's totally
too.
fair.
To
I mean,
be
both
honest.
those albums are gargantuan. So
Yeah.
yeah, just to wrap up my thoughts about Disintegration, it's fantastic. It's one of my favorite albums of all time, and I think that any music fan, even people who just, this is not a great place to start with the Cure. I'm going to be totally honest.
Yeah, I mean,
If
I
you're
don't
gonna
think
start
so
with that- If
either.
you're going to start with this kind of darker side, listen to Pornography, in my opinion. If you're going to start in
I
general,
would start with Head on the Door, really. Just
Yeah.
like,
Head on the Door in
general-
general, but if you want like that really darker stuff, if that's like your thing, I'd say listen to Pornography first, and then listen to Disintegration, because you have to kind of prep yourself for this. But yeah, I think that if you're a music fan, and especially if you're a Cure fan, this is an album that you need to hear 100%.
I think it's fantastic as well. Sweat, what do you think of Disintegration?
God damn. I really like to point out that when we started talking about this album, everybody's mood dipped. Like the jokes kind of died down, and like this album means a lot to me, because it's like it's one of those timeless records. Like The Cure, for the most part, kind of exists in a vacuum. Like aside from time, really, which is a pretentious statement, but like when you listen to they, even though they have a lot of hallmarks of the '80s, it's really something that I feel like their music will never really age in the same way that a lot of timeless like classic rock albums or a lot of timeless hip hop albums from like the '90s will. They're just like they just exist in a world where time stopped after these albums were made. It's just, and for Disintegration is everything a Cure album should be. Like it's a summation of every single thing they would ever do right. It's like they decided, hey, just like Heaven was one of the best songs ever made, let's make a song that's one of the best songs ever made, but let's make every album be the best song ever made. But every song on the album be the best song ever. It's like I genuinely don't know how someone can make it this good. Like it's insane. Like there's the South Park quote about this album, I think, where he says it's the best album ever, and he's very close to being correct, because well, there's only one thing. I hate to be the one guy who has one problem with it, but there's only one thing that I don't particularly like, and I feel like Homesick goes on just a tad too long. And it's like, I think that's one of the bonus tracks along with Last Dance, I believe. But I feel like that song could have been like 3 minutes shorter, and then there would have no issues with it. Other than that,
I mean, it is my least favorite song on the album, but like it's still excellent. So.
yes, even still, this song is stellar. Like it's still, I'd say this is like one of the best produced records you could ever.
Absolutely.
Like there's so many elements too. Like legitimately, there's so much going on. Like, I can't even summarize it. Like, you can instantly understand what I'm talking about here with at the beginning, like with the intro, and then you hear the but they do so much. I don't know. I can't put in the words. I feel like I'm doing this disservice when I talk about this album. I don't. It's lyrically amazing. It's instrumentally amazing. Best. I don't know, man. Robert Smith, good job. Good job, Robert Smith. You did good.
It's really great. I think this is an album that earned the respect of many music fans, even on the 80s.
I mean, even people who aren't into music, it's just like, you know, it's one of those records. It's like a Dark Side of the Moon, or like a Led Zeppelin or something. It has that kind of timelessness to it.
Yeah.
Not even speaking from my opinion. It's just one of those albums. You point to the 80s and you say, what are essential albums from the 80s? One of the first that will ever come up is Disintegration, and I think it's incredibly deserved.
I feel that, but like, I don't know if I'd say that for like everybody. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is
That's
an
fair,
essential album.
because there's a
But,
lot
like,
of really lengthy songs on it.
But I'm saying for like, no, I'm not even saying that. But I'm saying it's not. I wouldn't say it's like iconic to like, let's say, I hate saying the word normie, but like, that's probably the only word that you'd say to like understand where I'm coming from. But like, they'd probably. I don't even know if they'd really think of this album. Like most normies, I'd say know who The Cure are at least, but I don't know if they necessarily know their albums like that.
That's fair.
I think this one is yeah, fucking normie album. Yeah, I think you see this all a lot of people that
I
want to
think
get
we
into
all think
music.
it's iconic. Basically, I don't.
Yeah,
At least everybody. It's a personal album for I think everybody. It's like the best. It's really the atmosphere is. One of the times I heard it, it was raining outside. That's I think one of the best atmospheres you can have when you're listening to this record. It's so great.
I really do think so. And after this, 1991. I mean, we're moving on, which is basically their most iconic project, and to me, their best, with many fucking reasons. They were released MTV Unplugged. I think it's a decent performance, but I don't think many people have heard it really. I mean, there is not an official release of it. I think literally it's just the bootleg and the recording of it.
Yeah, it's a bootleg. It's not an official rule.
Yeah, but it has a great interpretation of the caterpillar, the blood, boys don't cry, just like heaven. But yeah, I just think it's something that we can pass on. In 1992, they would release.
Wait, is it? Can I talk about MTV?
Oh, sure.
For a bit?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I would recommend this album. What were you saying? Yeah, I would recommend this album to. Honestly, I think it's a good point because it has a lot of their best singles, and it's quite short. Like the version on YouTube that I listened to, the audio was kind of bad, but like I don't really care. They take an acoustic approach to a lot of their songs, which I think is really, really. It adds a lot. Like there's a lot of tracks like Caterpillar. You were talking about that one, and there's also They Do the Blood, which I think this is the definitive version of that song. I think this is I feel like this really is a must listen. I don't think it's their best. I haven't really heard any of their true live albums. Like I still need to get on that. But this record, this performance is really, really solid, and they have a great energy on stage. It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah. We can see that with their following live performances. In 1992, they would release Wish, which would be basically the follow up. Not really the follow up. This is a more alternative record. I think it's good. But this is one of those records that I really don't have a lot to say about. It's also long. It's more than an hour long. I do like the two opening the opener and the closer, which are ironically called open and end. Which I always thought was a little bit kind of interesting and funny. Um, this has their most interesting name of a song, in my opinion, which is also a great song, From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea.
Yes.
And their stretch from Trust, A Letter to Elise, Caught, to Wish Impossible Things, which is basically the self-titled track, and End, I think that stretch is really good. I think this is a really good album. Of course, you can say not as great as their others, but it really is a great album. But yeah, that's really all I have to say about it. So, Mint, what do you think about Wish?
I think Wish is pretty great, but it's not necessarily amazing, at least to me. Although it is a really good album. This one I definitely think has a much. It's another evolution of their sound, which I'm amazed at this point that The Cure are still evolving their sound. They've been at this for like an entire decade. They're basically veterans at this point in their career. They could just keep on making the same thing, but they decide to change it up and make this one is much more aligned with alternative rock of the 90s. It's not necessarily the same way like a grunge album is, but like has sort of the same alternative production, uh, some of the guitar tones and stuff like it sounds more 90s, even though it still has that Cure style to it, I'd say. Um, I really love a lot of songs in here. Like, a lot of songs in here would definitely make some of my all time favorite Cure songs. Like, High is incredible. What other songs would I say are like the most? I don't listen to this album all that often, so I, or at least not like in full. So I'm just like looking here. A Letter to Elise, of course. Yeah, that one. I don't have a lot to like say or describe about each song, other than just that they're amazing. Uh, Friday I'm in Love. I think that one, although this might be surprising to some people, I know it's their most popular song or whatever. I didn't hear that song until I became a fan of the band.
Same.
Like, it just never really got play for me. Like, which is weird because there's other Cure songs like In Between Days and Just Like Heaven and all that shit where I actually did hear before getting into them. So I don't know why I heard those songs before Friday I'm in Love, but it is what it is. Trust is also really great. I really love the way open and end the album. Like, they're good songs in their own, but like I genuinely think they work well as openers and closers. Just the way they open and wrap everything up is really cool. I don't have a whole lot to say about this. It's not one that like I'm particularly like amazed by, and I definitely uh recommend it if you've heard like and if you're a pure fan of most of their class, you have yet to come to this. Yeah, listen to it. It's like the last. I don't know if I'd say the last time that like I truly love The Cure, because we also have Blood Flowers, which is good. But
I can say this is the last time I loved
Oh
the
my
Cure
God.
album.
That was
But it
some
is-
heavy breathing there, Gabe.
But I do think it is the last time that they're like a genuine relevant force in music.
That's fair.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's the most popular album. Like, it's sold the most, I think.
Yeah, it's their best selling.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I agree with pretty much everything that Min said. I do think this is the last time The Cure would be, in my opinion, good. But yeah. Gabe, what do you think of Wish?
So I actually listened to Wish for the first time in prep for this podcast, and I think it's fantastic. Following up Disintegration, they kind of had a lot of pressure because you've just made pretty much your best album, and now you have to come back from that, which is honestly for many artists it's a bit of a task.
Terrifying,
However,
really.
yeah, quite a few managed to succeed with that though, and I think The Cure did as well. Wish is definitely a much poppier album than Disintegration. They've once again kind of thrown away these really depressing, sad, dark, dreary, lyrics and soundscapes in favor of some really bright and like energetic and sort of peppy even for some songs like Friday I'm in Love. These songs here. So it's another bit of an outlier here. This late in their discography, at least at this point, because going past Disintegration, I think this is the beginning of a new era for them. My favorite songs on here, God, I don't know. There's only like one song I can think on here that I'm not like terribly fond of, which is probably Wendy Time. That song I don't really remember. I just listened to this like I think it was 2 days ago or yesterday maybe. Was it yesterday? I don't know. It was either yesterday or Thursday. Either way, it's like every song on here I can look for something to appreciate in. But my favorites are Open, which is a fantastic opener. Once again, The Cure manages to succeed with openers. From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea is fantastic. Doing the Unstuck is also an amazing track. I've always loved it. I still love Friday I'm in Love. Great song. A Letter to Elise is also great. And Cut, I really like that song a lot, actually. I don't have a lot else to say about Wish. I just think it's a pretty solid album. There's no real connection here with me. I just think it's a really musically solid album, creatively solid, actually. Cure album that follows their biggest masterpiece. And while it's definitely not, their greatest, I think it's up there as being a pretty good album that I think every Cure fan should hear at some point. It is a bit long, but you know what? I think it might be worth it. You just kind of have to be in the right headspace for it.
Yeah, I think so too. But Sweat, what do you think of Wish?
So I know I'm contradicting myself here because I said Pornography was my second favorite Cure album, but I think I'm gonna have to say that this actually takes that spot. Honestly, I'm definitely. I recall when I first heard this album. It was recent. It was very recent. I first heard it like 7 days ago. And this is a very premature thing, but I've been listening to it very constantly because goddamn. I don't think this album truly gets the praise it deserves. Just speaking generally, because not really in this, because a lot of people, probably because of the popularity of Friday I'm in Love, kind of think of this as the beginning of their decline, which I do not. I would not say that at all. Really.
Yeah, which is weird because like there's a lot of Cure fans that fucking hate that song.
I know, it's so strange, and it's just like it's the most nostalgic Cure song for me personally. Like it was the first Cure song I heard. One that when I didn't listen to albums, it just got played on the radio, and I really loved it. But it's just like it's again in the style of Just Like Heaven. It's just a perfect pop song. Like the lyrics are kind of corny, but they're legitimately like it's legitimately like loving. I guess I don't know the adjective. It's very it feels very honest. I guess it's not like forced like many love songs really are. It's like love songs where it's just like you're phoning it in to get a hit. Basically, what's happening all.
So, like, would the word you're looking for be like romantic, maybe?
Yeah. It's an incredibly romantic song, and like I think Cure songs. There's free Cure songs that get played a ton at weddings, and I think it's Friday I'm in Love, Just Like Heaven, and Love Song. Those are all ones that like I'm assuming have graced the floors of many weddings. But yeah. Aside from that song, even this album is insanely good. Open is such a great opener. like it does its job. It's definitely well titled because it's got legitimately like it has this it's like following this 2-part section where it's like every third part of the verse, I think I might be wrong, but the song just explodes and then it goes down again and then it explodes and then it goes down. It's just like this cycle of being punched in the face like every 3 bars or something. It's insane. And it's such a great opener. And then it contrasts pretty beautifully with High, which is one of the other poppier tracks on here. And like these first 4 openers, like these are all incredible tracks. Like I the only reason that honestly this might not even be my favorite Cure album is because of the slight middle dip with Wendy Time and Doing the Unstuck. Like I think those songs are pretty alright. They could have fit in on Wild Mood Swings, which is a pretty alright album to spoil, I guess. But yeah, I don't think I don't think they really add much. I think you take those off and then you just have a perfect 10-track run of songs. I think From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea could have fit well with like back half of Disintegration type stuff with like the really long build-ups and like the repetitive nature. But I also want to highlight like one thing that I don't think this record gets enough credit for is lyrically it's depressing as all hell. Like I was listening to it on my CD with lyrics booklet, which is an amazing way to listen to music, I say. But the like Apart, like that song is legitimately heartbreaking. Like you got that song, and then you have the final 3 tracks, which all of these songs are just like heartbreakingly sad.
Mhm.
Like I don't think it's their best lyrically because I would have to definitely give that to Disintegration. But when they do work, they work wonders. Like I think my favorite song here, which is really an impressive feat, is like Try, which has these beautifully massive piano openings, and it's like it comes after Friday I'm in Love in the sequence, which I think is brilliant because like it's a contrast of like that particular romantic track with this insanely crushing song about relationships, and I feel like that's 10 on seems to mostly be about that. And I feel like End could be like End is also an amazing track lyrically, but I feel like it could also be like sort of an end of the band. Like basically, it could have if this was their last album, I think it could work beautifully because with that song, I think concludes the band. It's insane. I love that track really. I love all of this album, those 2 songs, but even then, it's just such a perfect record. I can't fault it for anything. And like they attempted this alt rock sound, and a lot of '80s bands attempted a sound and failed massively. Like I can't think of any of them right now, but they tried to adapt to like Nirvana and the grunge.
REM kind of did it with Monster.
Well, REM was sort of
Kinda
influential.
alternative
On
rock
this.
already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good point. So yeah,
I'm thinking of like new
synth
wave
pop,
acts. I can't.
yeah,
Nothing
like
come to
new wave.
mind right now, but there's a lot of them that tried to switch with the times, and I think Cure did that like wonderfully, and like it being their best selling record is fitting really because it's them adapting to a change in time, and it's actually an accomplishment, which is a very hard thing to do for a band, and I just think this record is fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. I do think this record is really good. I would have preferred a lot that this would have been the last like Cure album.
I don't
Because
particularly like to say that because, like, even if we don't care about the rest of the material, I watched an interview with Robert from I think it was very recent, and he seemed legitimately passionate about the other material, and I'm very glad that he's still proud of it, even if it's clearly kind of an imitation.
Yeah.
But aside from that, yeah.
Like if you still have a passion for creating, go ahead and do it. And plus, like they've created so much, like they can put out like the worst albums ever made
For sure.
for the rest of their career, and it wouldn't matter.
And they didn't even do that really.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is insanely impressive. They have so many albums, and I want to consider a single one to be bad. But we'll get to that, I assume.
I already mentioned that the Top was an album that I really didn't like at all. And there are other albums. I mean, after this point, their studio discography has been disappointing for me, except maybe one. But after this, they would release their. They would take a relatively long break. Not
Can I
long.
mention something about Wish real quick?
Go ahead.
That I forgot to say. This album, it's a very unique position for the sort of depressing tone and lyrics that The Cure have. In a way, if you think about it in this way, it could actually, because like in this album, Robert, instead of like opening up and admitting, "Hey, I'm sad, I'm fucked up," he sounds like he wants to be in a happy place. Like he's trying so hard to convince himself that he's finally happy for once, but he's still deep down is so still miserable. But he's trying so hard to like not confront it and trying to convince himself that it's all in the past. That's what this album feels like to me.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that makes songs like High and Friday I'm feels, even though it's like you hear those songs on their own and they feel honest, but like in the context of the record, it almost seems like pretending, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like pretending to be happy, and like at the last track end, it's like he's confronting that finally. It's really climactic. But yeah, we should probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really do think it's a fantastic album. It fails at some things. I don't think it's as consistent as, because it's really hard to follow up your masterpiece, and I think I give it to the band for approaching this the way they did. But yeah, I think this is a really great album. And after this, they would release in 1993 their live album Paris, which I think it's something that the fans must check out. It starts with the thing that proves that the figurehead works better on a live performance than on studio. 100 Years is fantastic here. And their playing of Love Song is surprisingly, there are not a lot of songs from Disintegration here. But yeah, have any of you guys listened to Paris live?
I have.
I haven't.
No, I haven't. I don't even think I've seen like footage live from this era. So I don't know. I heard this was a really good era for them live, though. But I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure.
definitely need to check it out because I love Wish so much.
What do you think of it, Gabe?
I'm gonna go fast. I know this has been like a really long podcast so far, but Paris is pretty great. I love the performance of Figurehead and 100 Years on here, as well as the performances of Love Song. Dressing Up from the Top is improved here. I love that. And Charlotte sometimes comes back as well. And they close out the album with Close to Me, which is also a fantastic performance. I think this is, like Cringe said, something that a Cure fan should definitely listen to. And at the moment, I think this is their definitive live document from what I've heard.
I do think that they have a better live performance, but we're gonna get to that later. After this,
Oh, wait, that's true. That's true.
yeah.
That's true.
In
I
1996.
Wait, what?
No, don't
He's
worry.
saying 1996.
Oh, okay. Then
In
might have been
in
thinking that.
1996.
I'm sorry to slow it again. I'm fucking sorry. This is too long.
No. Everyone is taking their pace
Yeah.
with this
But
album.
there is they released a single that appears on the soundtrack to the movie The Crow. I don't know. If
Oh,
you guys
yeah.
heard of it.
Yeah. Is that?
It's Burn. I think it's just called
Yeah,
Burn.
yeah, Burn. Yeah,
And it is one of their best songs. Holy
it's pretty
shit.
great.
Yeah, it's a great song.
It's super dark and it fits the tone of the movie incredibly well, and that early '90s kind of gothic aesthetic. It's one of my favorite Cure songs. That's all I really have to say. It should have been on Wish, maybe. I don't know about that. Maybe not. But it's amazing.
I mean, the Crow soundtrack in general is pretty good. It has a lot of songs. Even Nine Inch Nails participated on it.
They did a Joy Division cover, which is really.
It's a very good cover. Yeah.
Great movie too. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a fantastic movie.
After that, in 1996, they would release Wild Mood Swings, which
Release it.
which would be their start of their not start. Well, to me, it's their start of their decline. This is a really This is their most mediocre album. To be completely honest, it's not bad. It's not good. It's 1 hour long, and one thing that gets me off this album is the fact that it is 1 fucking hour long. 14 tracks didn't need to be that fucking long. I really don't take anything out of this album. Perhaps a couple of tracks, maybe. Um, there's one track that I certainly do like, which is their 13th. I think it's how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that song.
Yeah,
Not even gonna lie.
it's really good. It's really good.
Mariachi song.
And Treasure as well. Treasure is really good. The closer is 7 minutes long, and this is one of the instances where I say, why 7 minutes? I really think this is really not bad, not good. It's just The Cure trying to follow up something. It's really not. There are not even post punk aspects to it. This is straight up alternative and pop rock. Just
I think it's still there.
I don't think
Considerably less than Wish and
it's
Discretion. I
it's
feel- I think-
bittersweet. It's bittersweet, but it doesn't quite fall on that category.
Possibly.
But yeah, Mint, what do you think of Wild Mood Swings?
All right, so I'm gonna be honest. Except for maybe the South, I don't have a say about. Like, they're not good, but they're not good in a very average. It's not even like this is an embarrassing failure. It's just it happened. It happened.
It's just an album that happened, basically. Yeah, I mean, I describe it that way too. It's just an album that was there, and it was followed by even more disappointing projects. But yeah, Gabe, what do you think of Wild Mood Swings?
This is where it's my turn to take the hot taste because I think this is actually a pretty great album.
Oh
I
damn!
don't know why this is so hated. I listened to this the other day and I went in thinking, oh god, this is gonna be awful. You know, like, oh, this is so hated, everyone hates it. Even my one friend, besides CaptainCook, who is like a Cure stan, even thinks it's pretty awful. So, shout out to you guys might know him, I don't know. Shout out to MFC. Anyway,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why this is so hated. I think that, you know, kind of like how Wish is a poppier album, so is this. I think this is definitely a lot more pop driven than Wish is, 100%. And I don't really see like why the hatred for this album is so strong. I actually think it's got some great songs on here. I really love, I straight up love Want, the 13th, you know, the mariachi song, as CaptainCook keep calling it to me. I thought that was going to be a little strange when I heard they were doing that, but I thought it was actually executed pretty well. Mint Car, of course, which is the single for the album. I thought that was a great song. I love the last three songs: Trap, Treasure, and Bear. Oh my god, Treasure is fantastic. Probably my second favorite song on the album besides Want. Trap is also pretty amazing. And Bear, I saw the nearly 8-minute runtime and I'm like, oh geez, this is gonna be awful. It's gonna be a terrible closer because of how long it is and how aimless it's gonna be, blah blah. I love it. I think that's a great closer. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see why this is so hated. It's fun. It's maybe it's a little simple in comparison to some of their other albums. It's definitely a bit of an outlier in comparison to things like Wish and what would come afterwards. But I think it's a great album nonetheless. You know, I have it at like a 7 out of 10. Which
I wouldn't describe it as simple. Yeah. I only describe it as it's longer than it should be. Yeah, that's basically it.
I can see that 100%. And I mean, like, I shouldn't say that I think it's like incredible. It's probably at the moment it's like their third weakest for me, but that's only because it has to stand up against all these other albums. You know, so it's like when you have an incredibly consistent discography like this, it's bound to happen at some point or another. Pretty much, yeah.
But yeah, after this.
Wait, what? I think it's.
Oh yeah, Sweat. What do you think of Wild Mood Swings?
So I'm honestly, this sucks because I'm honestly gonna have to echo Gabe's opinion here because like this surprised me legitimately. I might have to give take my opinion with a pause here because I just heard this album today. So other than which I've heard before, and Want is actually a fairly stellar opening. Like I think the main issue with this record, personally, or at least like in the eyes of most people, seems to be, I think it's spawned by the fact that it's just like Wish, but worse in every way.
Yeah.
Like, it's got the same alternative rock type sound. And it leans even more into the pop rock direction, which is a welcome change to pace, or it would be but all the pop rock all the pop rock songs are the worst tracks on the record, like by far. Like Club America could be the worst Cure song. That shit is fucking horrid. Like,
I mean, I can see where you're coming from. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, the mix. I would also like to point out that from this point forward, Bloodflowers is an exception. I'd say, not by much, but it's an exception. The mixing and production for all of the Cure albums is god awful. Like you listen to Disintegration and not Wish as much, but you listen to Disintegration and you can hear all of these massive amounts of instruments and they're so balanced. But you put on Wild Mood Swings and there's so much shit going on and none of it is mixed properly. Like it's all colliding with each other. And that's why the 13th and like Treasure are probably my favorite tracks because the production is really still like overproduced, I'd say. But like those songs are quieter, and I feel like that kind of they're the one tracks that the production doesn't particularly bother me. Like I feel like in the same way of Kiss Me, Kiss Me, it's like a Moments album, but significantly more because there's the moments on here aren't as good, and there's less of them. So like, I think it's an enjoyable listen, and I think it's better than most people give it credit for. But it's not a very good album. It's an enjoyable album, but that's it.
It's an enjoyable listen. Definitely.
It doesn't even have what the top had in being like a new sound, because it's not a new sound. It's just Wish, but worse.
Yeah, basically.
But Wish was so good that I don't particularly care. I think maybe my enjoyment of these type of records might come down to the fact that I really love Wish that much. Maybe, I don't know. That might be part of it, but yeah, I think this is enjoyable.
Yeah, me too. I think it's not really. My main complaint with it is that it's too damn long, and
it is. It's way too long. It should be like 4.
But yeah, after this, in 2000, they would release another acclaimed album that I don't really get why. This is better than Wild Mood Swings, but I think this is one of their weakest albums. Bloodflowers. And I was talking to Gabe about this. I actually think that Watching Me Fall is a shitty song. 11 minutes that basically go nowhere. I think the last track, Bloodflowers, it's really good. And 39 as well. The last two tracks are like kind of the highlight of the album for me. But Watching Me Fall is a song that never impressed me. This is an album that it's nice. It's almost an hour long. It's not there yet, but I really don't see the hype for this album. I don't think it's bad. I definitely think it's worth at least a listen if you're a Cure fan. But I don't really see this among their best. Not at all. So Mint, what do you think of Bloodflower?
Pretty.
Oh, I think Mint.
I think you might have cut out.
Can everybody hear? I can't.
I can't hear.
I can't hear Mint. Oh damn.
Oh,
damn.
oh, there he is.
There he is. Is Mint there?
Mint, are you good?
I still can't hear him.
Me neither.
Ah, damn. Well, Gabe.
I don't know what
Oh,
Oh,
Mint.
oh, oh.
Mint.
No,
There it is.
You can go to the next person. I just want to know if you can hear me.
No,
Yeah,
yeah. We can hear you. Now it's your turn, Mint. What do you think of Bloodflower?
I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's necessarily like an essential album in their discography because this might seem unfair to say. So I don't stand by this 100%. But to me, listening to this, it just sounds like it wants to be Disintegration so bad. Like it wants to respark that glory so bad, but it just fails on like almost every level. But you take that aside, it's still a good album. I genuinely think this is the best album that they've released since Wish and would continue to release since Wish. But again, I'm thinking about it so much in the context that it wants to be Disintegration that Robert Smith hyped it up, as to be like the third part of this sort of trilogy, that it was on par with like Pornography and Disintegration. And because it's so not, like, I don't know, it kind of paints my perception of it, but overall, I still find it a good album. I don't have a lot to say about the album itself. I was re-listening to it today, and I still don't really have much to say. I haven't heard it like a lot of times. I've heard it maybe like 3 or 4 times. Um, and my opinion is that it's good, but like it's not really an essential part of their discography. Overall, it is an essential part in their later years, I guess, because it's like the only that make sense.
Yeah, I really don't consider it an essential part of the discography as well. But yeah, Gabe, what do you think of Blood Flowers?
Blood Flowers is a fat ass 10, and this is non-negotiable in my eyes.
What?
This is my third favorite Cure album. I re-listened to this last night because I was like, I wonder, is this
Okay,
still a
that's
5?
fine.
Like a 5 out of
Okay,
10?
wait. I think I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think Minto got cut off again.
No, I
Oh,
left
again?
by accident. I
Oh,
meant to hit
okay.
the.
I heard you leave. I
Oh,
was
okay.
like,
I'm
wait a minute.
sorry.
Sorry. I'm like, is this still a 10 for me? It's still a 10 for me. I love every single song on here. I don't think there's a single one. Again, I think there's another Cure album where there isn't a moment wasted. Yeah, I know that might be a bit of a hot take, but that's just how I feel about it. Minto said that it sounds like it's trying to be Disintegration, and honestly, this might be a really stupid ass take. I think that's why I like Bloodflower so much. This feels like a companion piece to Disintegration. It sounds like a brighter side of Disintegration. And, it's definitely not as on a grand scale, at least in the terms of the rest of our discography, in comparison to Disintegration. So it's sort of like two different ends of a sword here. But my favorite tracks on here, Out of This World, is a fantastic opener. Love it. Maybe Someday, fantastic. There Is No If is my second favorite song on the album. I love that song. And one of my top 5 Cure songs is the title track, Bloodflowers. This is when I think like the Cure really kind of gets back to closing off albums perfectly, is with Bloodflowers. That title track brings back that sort of epic, dramatic, theatrical scope of Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, and Disintegration, for me at least. And I think that might be why I love this album so much, is that it really sort of reclaims that sense, which, again, as I've mentioned with Pornography and Disintegration, Robert Smith considers Bloodflowers to be one of the essential Cure albums that kind of personifies them as a band. Like, these 3 albums form a trilogy. Pay attention to that word, trilogy. And it's sort of like the 3 most defining moments for the band's sound. And I honestly, again, it's funny how that worked out, because I never knew that until after I listened to Disintegration, or after listening to Bloodflowers, which is the last one of the 3 that I heard. It's like I was just like, wow, of course, the 3 most representative albums, according to the band leader, are my 3 favorites. Go figure. I figured maybe that might change in the future, but it has yet to change. I don't really see myself ever getting bored with this album. It's one of my favorite albums of all time. Not on the scope of Pornography and Disintegration by any means, but it's probably in like my top 100, I would say, somewhere around there. Yeah, it's super stunning. I think Bloodflowers is one of their best songs, obviously one of their best albums, and unfortunately, it is the last time that I have, ounces upon ounces of praise for the band's studio discography from what I've heard. So,
Unless you like 413 Dream, which is not.
Yeah, which will be hilarious if I love that, because I'm going to listen to it probably tomorrow morning.
I don't think you're gonna like it, to be honest. I hope you don't.
Oh, come on, man.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I want everybody to enjoy music.
Yeah, but to me, this is one of those instances where I go like, why? Just why? You had such a good. Okay, so we're gonna get to that. But yeah, I mean, after Sweat, what do you think of Bloodflowers?
I got an interesting relationship with this album. Sorry, oh my god. So I have an interesting relationship with this album. I first heard it on its own as a studio record because Gabe here was like, "Oh, Bloodflowers is so good. I love Bloodflowers." So I listened to Bloodflowers and I was like, "This is pretty cool." And then I forgot and I remembered nothing. Like the Joy Division song, I remember. And then I watched the Trilogy concert. And I got to hear some of these songs played live. And I have to say, I listened to them play these songs live. And then I was like, wow, these, like, the longer tracks on here I want to highlight. Because these specific tracks, all the longer tracks, like Watching Me Fall, 39, and Bloodflowers, I believe, those are all lengthy. They all have stunning climaxes. Like, legitimately, all of them are top-tier Cure songs. Except, I think Watching Me Fall is, like, a bit too long. I think it's their longest track ever.
It's their longest song, yeah.
I think it runs out of ideas around the 8 minutes. Like, it climaxed there. I think you could have ended it. But yeah, there is a lot of charm to this album. My main problem is that, unfortunately, there is really nothing that differentiates each song from each other, in my opinion. Like, they're all good, but they all have the same kind of mid-tempo groove. It's really just like the back half of Disintegration, but a whole album. Like, they have really legitimately the best melodies he's written since Wish, for sure. And certainly the production is a massive improvement on Wild Mood Swings, which just sounded like shit. like this album, it's not one of their best produced, but it's competent, which I cannot say about any of the albums surrounding it. Like, I enjoy it, but it's not ever really going to be an album I put. I think it's one of their better records, but it's not particularly impressive to me. Aside from those really long tracks, like Bloodflowers, the title track, and 39. Holy shit!
I actually think that they work better live, to be honest, and we're gonna get to that.
They do. They all
we're gonna
work
get to
better
that.
live.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Like
the live performance of all these songs in succession is it's not much better than the album, but it's a lot more enjoyable considering the band plays off of them a lot better than they do on the record. Because the record is just too long for my liking. Like, it goes for an idea to be repeated this much, you have to you can't do that for very long. And I feel like some of the tracks in the middle you could definitely have cut. Like, maybe someday throughout There Is No If just don't really have any impact to me. Like, they're good, but they're not great. And they just sound like every other song on the record. And I feel like you could have cut them and you wouldn't really have lost much.
Sincerely, yes.
I
Honestly.
think to summarize it, I think it's a fair return to form, but it's not really a masterpiece like it wants to be. Like it's good for late Cure, but it's not good for Cure. I guess I don't know. That might be bad terminology.
But I
I'd rank it above. I guess in terms of albums that people really like, I'd rank it above 17. I guess that's a strange opinion, but I admire this record for trying because it was a legitimate risk, and they tried to make a masterpiece, and I respect them, and I respect them for these songs because they are legitimately good.
you were in a
I just
metal.
don't- Yeah, I just don't think it's very. I just don't think it's memorable, really, aside from the climaxes of the best songs.
Yeah. Basically, after this, I have a question for Mint. Mint, have you heard Trilogy?
Oh, he's muted.
Oh, he's muted. Because yeah, in 2003 they would. Have you heard Trilogy?
No.
It's their live album where they play pornography, disintegration, and blood flowers front to back.
I know about that, and I've been meaning to listen to that because I bet that'd be amazing, but I've never gotten to that yet.
It's very lengthy. I watched each part individually.
To be honest, I have to say that this is a shitty comparison, but they released this in 2003. I have to say this, and this is gonna be a pretty shitty comparison, but nothing else comes to mind. This might be one of my favorite live albums ever. Because I compare it to Fishman's 98-12-28 in a way. But not really. I mean, it's his own thing. I do really respect the Bloodflower set a lot. I do really think that it's quite an achievement, to be honest.
Oh, and they end with the kiss. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, the encore set with "If Only Tonight We Could Sleep" and the kiss. It's so good. It's really good. I honestly adore it. Watching
I
this.
think it's far from being the best live album ever because
No, I'm not saying that is the best live album. It's one of my favorites. To be.
That's fair.
Yeah. Not the best live albums ever. I do think it has not some flaws, but really some like how do you say it? Some performances here are not as good as others, but I do respect this. The Disintegration set, definitely my favorite. The way that they just perform Untitled is just fucking fantastic. I do adore.
I think my favorite performance from the whole show would be what's the song? First song of Disintegration. I forgot the fucking title.
Plain Song.
Plain Song. That's my favorite performance from the whole.
Yeah.
Set.
My favorite performance from the whole set is the same Deep Water as you and Untitled. Those two are just fantastic. But I do agree that although this integration set is like kind of the highlight, also the pornography performance, like the self-titled song, it's really good. But yeah, Gabe, what do you think of Trilogy?
So I think the trilogy is fantastic, and it's the reason why I kind of kept mentioning that whole thing about pornography, disintegration, and blood flowers, because it is a live performance that contains all three of these albums back to back to back, plus an encore set of If Only Tonight We Could Sleep and The Kiss, which is just stellar. This is one of my favorite live performances of all time, like in terms of videos. I think if I had to rank them, like in my top three, it would probably be number one would be Live at Pompeii by Pink Floyd. This would be number two, and then number three might be Jesus, I have no idea.
No Fishmans? What the fuck, man?
Oh, Fishmans would be number three then, yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Fishmans.
I mean, I was going off of videos. I've only seen the video for 98-28 one time. I've listened to the album mostly. So
that's
yeah,
nice.
the video for that is stellar as well. So I think Trilogy is amazing. As it is, you know, they are amazing live performances of their three best albums for me. So what is there not for me to love here? and it really just kind of, I don't know, it's something that makes me happy a little bit. It's just like it's very, I don't know what the word is. They really bring their most here live.
It's
on
really
this one.
impressive considering that this is in 2003.
2003. Yep. This is right before they would release their self-titled album. Technically, they recorded in 2002.
It's
so it's like a
insane
year
that
before.
Robert's voice and all of these performers are just as good as they were back in the day. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how Robert managed to maintain such a great voice for such a long time.
Have you heard their performance for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Like
I
they
haven't.
sound. I mean, Robert sounds. His voice doesn't seem to age like at all.
Yeah, exactly. I saw a
Yeah.
comment on RYN today. Actually, it said Robert's voice hasn't aged since Robert's voice hasn't aged since 1985, hasn't it? And I'm like, yeah, probably pretty much. It doesn't age. So yeah, I mean, just to kind of wrap up about the trilogy, it's a fantastic live video. It's their 3 best albums plus an incredible encore set. So if you're a fan of any of those 3 albums, I think this is an essential viewing at some point. It's long, of course. It's 3 albums back to back to back, but it's fucking worth it, honestly.
But
Yeah,
yes,
I'll make the time for that.
it's definitely worth it. Sweat, what do you think of trilogy?
Oh, I already said my thoughts on it. I'm pretty
Oh
sure.
damn. After that, 2004, they would release their self-titled album, The Cure,
Oh god.
and The Cure is just. I don't
I
really
want to point
like.
out that on the album cover, it's The Cure, but it's an F instead of an E, so
The
it's
curve.
The curve.
The curve.
Yeah.
This album cover is god awful, by the way.
Yeah,
Holy
it's
shit.
really, really ugly. Like the drawing on a fucking paper.
It looks like a 2010s like experimental indie game.
I really don't like this album. It's not their worst. It's their 3rd worst for me. It's also too long. I really don't like. It's not as long as Wild Mood Swings, but at least Wild Mood Swings offered something in return. The only part I like on this entire album is the ending. Never and The Promise. I think those 2 songs are good, but I really don't like this experience of an album. I think it's just underwhelming as a total album experience. This alternative twist that the band took, it still has gothic and post-punk aspects to it, but it's not really that. This is their most goofy performances for me. But
Unintentionally so, which is the problem.
yeah.
Mhm.
Like they can pull off goofy, but they're not trying to be goofy at all on this.
On songs like Us or Them, I don't know what's going on, and Alt.end, it's just like they are forcing themselves to be angry, but it's not really the production is god awful in this fucking thing. But yeah, Mint, what do you think of the Cure self-titled album?
I have almost no thoughts on it. I mean, I have an opinion on it. It's just I can't describe it because for one, I've heard this at most 2 times. I know I listened to it once. I've listened to every Cure album. It's just I didn't bother giving this multiple listens because for one, it's not good, and secondly, nobody cares about it. So why should I analyze and interpret this album for that nobody likes or cares about? But I don't know. It's just whatever. It exists. That's all I have to say. It exists.
It just exists. Gabe, what do you think of the Cure?
So this is my least favorite Cure album so far. I don't know. I'm really not that huge of a fan of this because it's pretty. I don't know. It's bland. This feels like I'm really sad that Blood Flowers was sort of a one-off affair because they were headed in a fantastic direction again, and you'd think maybe, maybe their self-title would be like the new Wish. Like if Blood Flowers is kind of trying to reclaim Disintegration, maybe the self-title will try to reclaim Wish a little bit. Instead, it is The Cure holding up with probably their most forced, angry music yet. Like it sounds almost sort of like phoned in for once. You have a producer who worked with Korn helming the
yeah.
Not
the
just
production
Korn.
this time.
He worked with Limp Bizkit
And
I think
Slipknot.
Linkin Park
It's
too.
Slipknot, yeah.
He is the new metal.
Sepultura, Limp Bizkit.
He is the
Oh,
new
God,
metal god,
Oh, he
basically.
worked at Vanilla Ice. What the heck?
He is a.
Wait, what?
He's a-
He produced Relationship of Command by At the Drive-In? Okay.
Never
Oh, yeah.
mind.
Never
not
mind.
hack.
Yeah.
Okay. He produced Iowa. Actually, I'm okay with that.
So go ahead.
Okay, maybe I
God.
need to analyze this guy again.
Anyway, it's just this whole album just kind of feels like it doesn't really feel like a mistake, I should say. It just kind of feels like a failed experiment. Like this is sort of their God, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like they're really just kind of putting something out to kind of have it out there. That's what it sounds like to me. And nothing here really is that memorable. I don't really know any songs that are going to really stick with me, except I did like the closer, The Promise, the 10-minute song. Again, I saw the length and I'm like, oh, gee, this is going to suck. It wasn't that bad. I actually think it's probably the best song on the album. This is, I think, where The Cure starts to kind of falter with intros. I'm not a fan of Lost. That's probably one of my least favorite songs on the album. I don't like that guitar. It sounds like weirdly out of tune for like the first minute and a half. And I'm usually don't have a problem with that kind of stuff, but it just really comes off in this strangely uncomfortable manner. Like it kind of reminds me of, I gotta think of the song. I think it's Feeling Gravity's Pull from REM on Fables of the Reconstruction, which also has a really weird sounding, like abrasive guitar opening that I'm not really that huge a fan of. Gary's gonna kill me for that, but whatever. It's just that kind of thing really translates the same way, and that's what was running through my head when I first heard it. I wouldn't think this album's too long. It's under an hour, which isn't a problem for me. At least the primary release is under an hour, but apparently there's like some releases that are. Oh Jesus, that's a lot. Okay, yeah. Apparently they have like 2 bonus tracks that extend the track listing or several bonus tracks that extend it by 20 fucking minutes. That sounds really unnecessary. I have no intention to hear those. And yeah, at the moment, this is my the weakest Cure album I've heard. I'm gonna listen to 413 Dream after this podcast, probably tomorrow morning, and I'll probably just put a comment on the video, just kind of explaining my thoughts on it. But yeah, this album's not very good. And it's just kind of in the middle of being good and average for me. There are redeeming moments on it, but I feel like it's not consistent enough as an album to kind of save itself all the way. I could see this rating dropping. I have it at like a 6 out of 10 right now. I could see that definitely.
To me,
dropping.
it's a 5.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be more like a 5 the more time I spend with it. It's just not that interesting to me, which is sad. But with that, I'm actually going to be heading off now since that's the last release.
No, you're gonna stay. You're gonna stay, my
No, I can't stay, unfortunately.
But yeah, before you
Alright,
head
see ya.
out,
Whenever.
I'm gonna say, next week we're gonna take things a lot easier, focusing on the Smiths discography. Which is gonna be a lot shorter.
Wow, it's short.
A lot shorter, and a lot less shittier, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for being here, Gabe. And
Thank
before you go, a fun fact: on 2007, the Korn would release their MTV Unplugged, where fucking Cure would come up to be featured on a song. Actually, a split track called "In Between Days," and it's just awful. I don't know.
Make me bad and In Between Days.
I don't want to hear
Yeah.
that because In Between Days is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I'm scared to hear that. I don't want to hear Jonathan Davis and on them riffing on that. That sounds kind of
Just Freak on a Leash Unplugged is fucking awful. It's just
Oh god.
Does he do the voices? Holy
yeah,
shit.
he does.
Oh, okay, I have to hear this.
But
my
yeah,
God.
Sweat, what do you think of the Cure self-titled?
So I said before that Free Imaginary Boys was my least favorite Cure album. That is significantly more respectable than this self-titled. They are neck and neck. They're very close together. I just think that this album offers a little bit that I can enjoy. Just to say the things that I like about it. I enjoy the songs Us and Them and Alt End, even though those are the fucking ones that are like super aggressive and like don't work. I was interested. I can say the most that I was captivated by those songs, and also the two last tracks, like Gabe mentioned, which are Never and The Promise. Those are pretty cool songs. The rest of this album, the only way I can really describe it is mush. It's just like all of these instruments that are mixed so fucking badly, and they're clashing with each other in the most ungodly way, and it's just mush. It's just a bunch of shit. Like, I would also say this features Robert Smith's worst vocal performance across an album. Like, he's usually quite stellar, but on here he is trying his best to try to make these songs work, and he oversings so much. Like, this is a weird comparison, but it reminds me of like the ironically also self-titled, the self-titled Genesis album. I don't know if anybody's heard that.
Yeah.
Where it's like he's over-singing and trying to overcompensate so much. And Robert Smith tries a similar thing. But honestly, you know what? If this album was competently produced like Bloodflowers, I would have liked it a lot more. But this album is the worst produced they would ever be. Like, there are good songs on here that are completely ruined by how mushy and clashy and how just gross the production really is. I would call it one of the worst produced albums I've ever heard. Legitimately, by a major band at least. Like, they actually had something. I feel like in another parallel universe, this record worked out. But it just flopped on its face, really. I don't think it's bad. I don't think any Cure album's bad. I think it's respectable, at least. Not very, but respectable. They're trying new things. They just do not pull it off.
Basically. So yeah. After this, they would release their final studio album, which to me is my least favorite Cure album, and I think it's a horrible thing. On 2008, they would release 413 Dream. It's long. 50 minutes is not as long as other albums, but it's still longer than it should be. And this has, to me, the worst production that they would ever just play on any other albums. It has some awful songs like Freak Show.
Freak Show's terrible.
Yeah, the only track I like here is the opener, Underneath the Stars. But after that, they have The Closer It's Over is just fucking stupid. The Scream is not good. But yeah, I just say that this is my least favorite. This is just, I don't know. They are rumored to release another album. I don't know how their new sound would be, but yeah, this is my least favorite Cure album, and that's all I have to say. It's so sad that they ended on such a sour note. Seeing a band like this go from so high to this is just I don't know, kind of weird. Mint, what do you think of 413 Dream?
It's really the same deal, but I will say about, ending on a low note is that honestly, yeah, I agree. And this is such an undeserving band to like end on such a weak note like this. Well, not end, because apparently there's going to be coming out with an album like this year or something.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll be better, although I doubt it'll be that good. But you never know. They could release a late career masterpiece. But yeah, I don't know. It just, at this point, like, what do the Cure have to offer? Like, genuinely, what do they have to offer to music? And I'm not even saying that in the sense that they have to like prove anything, but like, at least give us something like interesting or notable, even if it's like terrible album. Because let's look at a group like the Beach Boys, for instance. The Beach Boys, they legitimately gave us something of note in their late career. Granted, it was like some of the worst music ever made, but it's notable. It has its place in history and in their discography. What do these Cure albums have of note? What significance do they have of anything?
I don't
I don't
know.
know. They just exist.
I really don't. I hope their new album, if they release it, is something good. Uh, yeah, it's so sad to see a band release this kind of stuff after their almost flawless discography until Wish. But yeah,
I genuinely think if from if they have stopped at Wish, there's some exceptions in there, like Three Imaginary Boys in the top. But regardless, if they'd stopped at Wish, they would have an amazing discography.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
they still do, to be fair. Like,
Well, they still do, but I'm talking about like overall.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I think Wish, and this has been mentioned already, but I think that it would have been such a great like ending of a discography. But yeah, Sweat, what do you think of 413 Dream?
This album surprised me in some ways. Like, there are some genuinely pretty fantastic tracks on here. Like, they do a lot of cool stuff. Like, Underneath the Stars, the way that song opens is really euphoric. Like, I'm genuinely pretty impressed by that track. The rest of the album has its moments, I feel like. Freak Show. Man, Freak Show's the worst Cure song. I hate
Yeah,
that track. It's even worse than the Foxy Lady cover, which is impressive. But you know what? You take that out, and this album is enjoyable. Not to the degree of Wild Mood Swings, because the production here is really bad again. Like, I don't think it's as bad as the self-titled, but it's still mush. It's just like it doesn't really. None of this production complements the record at all. It's constantly working against it. I do want to highlight a couple songs though, like Hungry Ghost. I think that song's pretty nice. I think it's catchy and enjoyable. And the scream and It's Over, particularly the scream, that has a really cool section. That would be amazing if it wasn't for the production not having any impact. Like Robert legitimately shows that he can do some really good things vocally still, even if like he kind of doesn't for the rest of the record. Like, he still has it in him. I like that's impressive regardless. And to basically comment on him being the last Cure album, they could release, like Minto said earlier, they could release thousands of albums terrible, and it wouldn't really matter. They left behind a discography in the 80s and early 90s that's just so perfect and so unique for the decade that I think it's rather timeless. And you know, Robert seems to be like that. He is legitimately seems to be proud of these particular records, and I don't begrudge him for it. Like, you know, even if I don't particularly like it, the fact that I can tell that there was effort put in, which is not something I can say for quite a few bands that like are from the 80s and are still making. Like, they're not really of note, but they tried, which is always something to look to, even if they don't really come close to any of their best material.
yeah. Well, that was. I think that was it.
Exhausting.
Yeah. 4 hours and a half, almost. But yeah, that was the Cure discography front to back. Um, they also have some interesting compilations. Besides Japanese Whispers, something
Yeah,
that I've
Standing on the Beach.
yeah, standing on the beach. There's something that I downloaded recently called Join the Dots. That is a really great
Oh yeah, I
track.
know about.
Yeah, that Join the Dots has their B-sides and rarities from 78 to 2001. It's 4 CDs. It's really great, to be honest, and I really do think that they have a lot of material. I agree with Sweat in that they left a legacy, but their overall discography could have been a lot more. It's just waiting to see what they would release next. Uh, but yeah, I mean, after that, we don't know what's gonna be of The Cure, and yeah, I hope if someone decided to stay for 4 hours, they enjoyed us talking about The Cure. This has been Music Buddies. We've had a lot of people come in here. Gabe and CaptainCook left, unfortunately. Mint and Sweat were here, and thank you for your participation on this. Next week we're gonna
Thank you for
cover
inviting me.
the Smiths to go with something lighter.
When we do the Smiths, are we doing like Morrissey's solo stuff too?
I don't think so. No, that would extend the Smiths discography a lot more.
Yeah.
Uh,
Plus, Morrissey has like some essential albums, so I think if he were to have a podcast, he should have his own. I guess.
Yeah, he should have his own. He has a really extensive discography. I think it's almost 15 albums. Not 15. Yeah, but he does have some essential listens that I have listened to. So yeah, we're gonna talk about basically their main discography, maybe the Peel sessions, and that's
Oh,
it
yeah,
from the
for sure.
Smiths.
Oh shit, we forgot to talk about the Cure Appeal sessions, because those are really good.
Oh damn.
God, there's
Those
so much.
there's so much that they released. They
I
have
still need Hero Precision.
yeah, they have the single CP. That is really good. The Peel sessions released in '88, if I'm not wrong. That has a really
Yeah.
nice performance of Firing in Cairo and Boys Don't Cry. It's relatively short, but yeah. The Cure will always be one of the most iconic bands of